YouTube activate. What? Begin YouTube. Okay. Is the YouTube live now? Let me see. I gotta get the link and post in the Discord real quick. Yeah. We're at 407 subscribers. That's not bad, huh? Not bad. Everyone. Yeah, okay. I used a really crazy. I used a crazy looking one. It's great, yeah? Which thing? Which thing's great? Alright guys, we gotta, now that we're back, now we're on YouTube. 407? Yeah, it is great, right? Yeah, we're 407. Also, I feel like we do really good when it comes to live viewer to the sub ratio. Pretty good, right? It's a pretty good ratio. I feel pretty good about that. But anyway, okay, so we have Raideen here. Is that his name? We have Raideen. We have Volkov and Nom. Nom's a little elf girl. We can go to the equipment store too. Do we need any equipment? Hold on. I'm gonna figure out how to play real quick. Okay. So buy. Oops. Is there a buy? Here, there's a buy. Knife. Small shield. Robe. Don't need any of that. Okay, so I'm pushing a button. We escaped the castle that was under attack, right? We're like the prince. And we're on the run. And we're running to like a nearby town. And then we get attacked. Well, sorry, we already did that, right? Ran to a nearby town, and they said they'd help us out. Like, we're the prince, so we go to this little, I don't know what you call it, like township that's underneath our rule, I think. And they back us up and help us survive and make it there, right? And then we're like, well, we need to go back, and the only way back is through the Lost Forest. So we go through the Lost Forest. Guess what happens? These weird slime things attack us, and we can't really hurt them. And that's where we are right now. What button do I start with? Save? No. No, not that ID. No, not that one. Is it? Oh yeah, it's the Forest of Death of Dead Spirits. Hold on. It's the Forest of Spirits. It's a deep. It's a. I'm trying to. This line is like. He says it's a deep forest, but like. He means like. It's got a lot of history. It's got a lot of aesthetic. It's got a lot of spirit feeling. What would I say? It's ominous. Very ominous forest. That's not bad, huh? This forest is dangerous. We need to hurry up and get through here. Yeah. But there's something strange. Then these slimes pop up that we can barely scratch. Oh no! We're surrounded by monsters! They're moving as if they're organized. They're coming! Be careful! Here you go. We gotta beat this one. And then we'll be back where we were in the story. We've seen past that. We've seen one level past this. But what happened was I died on the level past this. So it didn't go too well. Now, the only person out of these guys that can actually kill someone is Raideen. Oops. I'm like pressing all kinds of buttons. So now, can this guy cast a spell that's useful? You can do attack. Cast attack on him, I think. So this game works like Shining Force or Fire Emblem. You have your turn, and then they have their turn. She doesn't have any magic. Now, what is the commands in the menu? You have move. You have attack. You have heal. Like rest, heal, which will heal you And I think it can heal some of the guys around you too. And then you have orders. That's for your guys. So they kind of have like AI. But you can manually control them too. So it only matters if you don't control them. But I don't know, a lot of times you end up not doing anything. So like you have attack, you have fight, you have this is like blitzkrieg, defense by hand. So I guess that means if you set it on this, they won't move. They won't auto move, I think. But we do, it is convenient. I'll show you. Well, I should have had her of attack. We go like here, right? Attack. We can't die in a creepy forest like this. We didn't scratch him. Okay, now like watch. When I end her turn, her guys are gonna move up next to her. Now this guy over here. And then same deal, watch. They'll all move like that. You don't have to move them. However, they might do some dumb things depending on the strategy. What's up, Dingus? Welcome, welcome. There was a little bit of a pre-show on Sims, so I was just talking about I think I'm finally completely giving up on caring about Kick, because like all it gets me is people acting like I'm some kind of weirdo for caring about Kick when I was trying to help people, you know. So I'm done. I'm done caring about it. You know, good luck everyone on there. Wish you the best, but not my problem anymore. Okay, wow, he healed on his own. That's pretty cool. Now I'm thinking this is the leader. If you kill the leader, what happens is all the other ones die too, but you get half XP. You get half XP. But it can be worth doing if you're not going to kill them otherwise, kinda. Let's see. What? Why? They shouldn't have any... They don't have consciousness. Dingy. Mm-hmm. What are you laughing about? What are you LOLing about, Riot? You just... Look, we got him down to 5. I'm gonna go kill this one, I think. Yeah, look at that. 1 go, 5. So I still don't get the crowns. It's about chatting. Like, more chatting, more crowns. I mean, higher, whatever. It's like you get a point value for every time you talk. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah? You get a point value every time you talk. Some stupid thing. It's because I can tell you why they're doing it. I know exactly why they're doing it. Because YouTube is trying to compete with Twitch without actually like saying, hey, we're trying to compete with Twitch like Kick does, right? So they're trying to upgrade the user experience and interaction all such as like Twitch does, right? Of course, I hate the way Twitch does it, always have, but that's what they're doing, though. Trying to kill the main one. They're stupid. Oh, he almost killed it. Wow, 3. Dingus stopped the pink poop and became number 1. Well, yeah, because he was the first. No one else talked except me, and I don't get him. Why wouldn't he get number 1 for that? Like, why is that what's confusing you? That's obviously that would work. So now I'm number 2. Ryan and I are all number 1. Oh, that's a scam. How is it? Why is it a scam? Guys, they don't matter. The numbers don't matter, bro. Don't guys, you are falling for it. You're worrying about your rank. It doesn't matter. You guys are falling for their tricks. You're number 1 now? You're number 1 now. You guys are falling for this scam here. They only survived, nice. That guy had the heal, he couldn't do anything else. Did we get backup yet? No. I see, I want to kill this main one, if I can. Cause, for obvious reasons, I think. Yeah. Because then she could get some XP from it. Can she do enough damage, though, is a question, to kill this guy? The answer is no. No. Wait, can he? I don't want him to get XP, though, is the thing. Fuck. I don't want him to get XP, though, is the thing, because he doesn't matter. He's an old man. And he's not going to do anything in the long run. Riot's my base supporter until she takes over. I'm number 1. Suck it. Right. That's usually how it is. Usually how it is. You guys are funny. Okay. I want to kill... Maybe we can kill one of these next to it and get a hole next to it, and then... She can have her little guys attack? I don't know. So she takes over. Here, have this guy attack, right? If he can scrape it down a little bit. 1 point. It's not going to be enough. Man. Okay. She's losing. She's losing, bro. So if I'll tell you more about how it works. So the commander just has their stats, right? Attack and defense. Then your followers have attack and defense too, but they get modified by you. And like better commanders give better bonuses, and items can affect that too. Like look, the modification from this guy, Raideen, is 5 attack, 8 defense to anybody in his area. You can see it there. 5 and then 8. Pretty cool, right? Is the eye tracker on? No, I think. Hold on. It's not on. It's not on. 1 sec. I think we read this for a bit, and then we also could read a book. I have economics in 1 lesson. If anybody wants to read that. Now the eye tracker on? No? Yes? Oh. Preview, is it actually working? Yes, it is. Well, it's just off. I think. There it is, right? Got it. Okay, so this guy's pretty tough. Pretty badass. I think he's on his 2nd job. I'm not sure. I think so. That's why his XP bar is so long. Like if you look, you see on the far right, her XP bar is that little white thing, and it's like half the size. That's because she's on her 1st job, I think. Oh, look at him. He's on his like last job. That's why he's like that. Every time you get an upgrade, it gets bigger. It gets harder to level up. Okay, I'd like her to kill this guy. I don't see how it's gonna happen though. Right? It's gonna do like 1 damage or something. Not even 1 damage? Okay. Well, this guy's gonna murder some people though, right? He can kill people. Look at this. Oh, I shouldn't have killed that one. Go back, 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 go back. My soldier can kill that one, right? I should kill the one below me. We're in 2 jobs, poor guy. He's looking pretty rough. You're not able to kill him, bro. It's intentional, very much so. Right here. Like, you're not supposed to be able to scratch him, pretty much. The fact that Raideen is able to is because he's super strong. But he's not really even supposed to at this point. You're just supposed to live. You're supposed to live. You'll see why in a second. Look how big his parameter is, too. His hero aura. It's freaking huge. Okay. Then have him attack that guy. Look at that. They're ticking away at the boss. Okay. And then they have some dudes, but it doesn't matter what they do, really. I might have to run her away, honestly. I'm just trying to get her some XP, though, so she can level up. But it's not working. I can't seem to scratch these guys. I want to get the elf girl level, but it just does not seem doable. Become more bad guys. He heals again. He attacks her dudes. The dudes get beat up a little bit. She's trying, man. I don't know what else I could do. I can buff her with attack, maybe, from the old man. But it's still, somebody has to scratch the thing so it's almost dead. Oh, see how the portrait was dim? That means that unit was out of range of their commander. And it left the one guy out of range. A plus 1,000 aura? Yeah, it's pretty nice, huh? Raideen is kind of like me, you know? No big deal. No big deal, no big deal, no big deal. We got backup now? Normal, we can't do any normal we can't do any damage with our attacks. Don't split up. Focus. See, it's just about surviving, so what I want is, let's attack this one, I think. I want to scratch him and beat him up so she could kill it. Doesn't look like it's gonna work though. Come on, do some damage here. Okay, 4. The best I got. So then, magic attack on her. Can she do 4 damage? Oh, I shouldn't even stand where I'm standing though. Can she do 4 damage? Come on. Almost 2 damage. Oh, I got it though. Okay. I shouldn't do that. Because my soldier can do that. My soldier can take care of that. I don't need to do it. There's no reason for you to kill over your soldier, that you get XP when they kill. Go over here, I think. But if your little soldier dude kills them, you still get the XP. The commander gets the XP. Let's just end the turn, I think. Oops. Make sure they're all done. Yeah. Okay. And then we get back up this turn, I think. Enemy phase. I think somebody comes to help us this turn. We've seen the level 1 further than here. Man, there's guys are getting their butts kicked. Not working out very good for us, is it? With them. Not so good. That part's fine though. You guys get how it works though? Basically it's like Fire Emblem or Shining Force. But the main difference is the commander things. It still has jobs like either of those games where you have different paths of careers you can do. different job class, different classes you can branch into. I think I have a book. Hold on, that we can look at, and if I can find it. Oh, there we go. They're weak to fire. Everyone, pierce through. Spread them out. Redeem, we're here to help you. Chris, what are you doing here? They got fire, that's why. The slimes are weak to fire, thankfully. Okay, hold on. Choose another app. Looking for a book to show you guys real quick. I'm not sure where I have it though, so it might take a second. I have a book somewhere that has like a little walkthrough for this game. It might be in Japanese though. The title might be in Japanese, so I gotta try that. 7. There it is. Found it. It is in Japanese. Okay. It's kind of a guide. It's a guide-ish. It's a guide-ish. It says it's for PlayStation complete guide series. Is what it says. Doesn't really have that much to it for like a guide though. I'll show you. Book. So there you go. We got the main guy right there, right? I think Nam's the one in the upper left. Chris is the girl she's holding. I don't know who the person on the right is. Basics, Rangreaser 1, Rangreaser 2, special things. Secrets. The secrets on 154. And the final secret of Rangreaser at the bottom, it says. Well, secrets? Well, like what? Okay, so basics. So it explains like the game, right? Controls. When I'm playing the PlayStation version though, I'm playing the move, magic, etc. Order explains all the orders. How to play. How to play. Now what I wonder is, does it mention the level select code in here? The battling and leveling up. When you reach level 10, they get a class change. To be stronger. Runestone. If you use a runestone before you class up, then you can return to level 1 of your class with the same stats? You can make your stats go up twice for the same job. Where do you get those? Where do you get... where do you get runestones? Oh, and so these are like the, what's weak to what kind of thing. Different classes are strong against different other ones. It's not like, Fire Emblem has a very much simpler version. This one is clearly not very simple. You can see like the first line would be Foot Soldier, and they are circle. They have an advantage against spearmen. They have a disadvantage against cavalry and special cavalry. They have a little bit of a disadvantage against flying units, and then they have a little bit of advantage versus bowmen and ballistas. And it goes like that, you know. You see that? A monk is good against spear. Oh, it's almost all the same stuff, except they're also good. Oh wow, monks are like foot soldiers but better, huh? Look at that. They have an advantage against gels because of the fire, magic, demon family, and the undead, and spirits. So monks are like better foot soldiers, pretty much. Then you got spearmen. Spearmen are good against cavalry, special cavalry. Disadvantage against little disadvantage against flying units. Super disadvantage against foot soldiers, monks, water troops, wild dogs, magicians. They have a slight advantage versus bows and ballistas. Cavalry has an advantage against foot, monk, thief, water troop, wild dog, and magician. And then disadvantaged against spearmen. So cavalry are pretty good, right? Cavalry units are pretty good. The only thing you have to keep in mind with cavalry that's a real problem is spearmen, right? That's the only thing that's a real problem for them. Flying units hurt a little bit, but cavalry's badass actually, huh? Flying units have a slight advantage versus almost everything, and a disadvantage versus bowmen. So flying units are good too. Bandits have an advantage against spearmen, and then disadvantage against cavalry, special cavalry, slight disadvantage against flying units, and then an advantage against bowmen and ballistas, tiny advantage. Interesting. Ballistas are slight disadvantage against everything except flying units, and I guess they shoot them out of the sky, huh? Why are slimes so popular in Japanese stuff? Because the Japanese RPG is based on like old D&D, like original edition D&D, and just slimes are very big in those, in the old D&D, is why. That's how their fantasy, like the fantasy RPG stuff that caught on was D&D, old D&D. And then stuff inspired by it, like wizardry and stuff. Okay, let's talk about like the disadvantage. If you're attacking somebody, you have an advantage, okay. And then these are all the geography. These are all the different types of terrain you could be on and what they do for you. I think a castle heals you or something, doesn't it? Hold on. Oh, isn't that interesting? On a slope, if you're equipped with a bow, you get plus 25%. But only if you're equipped with a bow. I didn't know that. I never realized that before. Water units on top of water. Is that water or ice? Water? Yeah, water. They get 50% better stats if they're fighting water. That's crazy, kinda. That's why water units are worth it, kind of, if they exist, huh? If they fight in water, they're super good. Hold on, where's the fort? I think fort gives you something. Like healing. The throne. If you're a thief and you sit in the throne, your movement goes up. And nothing really heals you. Just like different little things like that. Soldier, these are all the different types of units you can get. Magic, all the different types of magic and what it does. Oh, they're almost all one turn. Attack is one turn. Attack 1's +3 for one turn. Oh, it's almost all one turn. I didn't know that. Okay. So you have heal. Well, should we go through the spells real quick? That would be useful. Boy, there's a lot though. So heal, what? It gives 2 points of life. It heals all your life for heal 2. I don't know, we didn't even go through that. We'll figure it out as we get them. Items. Character making. Oh, the very start of the game. It tells you how that works. The roots of the questions. We already did that though. That was a long time ago. This is how to read a map thing. Because I guess it's going to show us those. Okay, so there, this is what kind of I was looking for. Ladine with the L? is the class chart. I want to be either a king or a hero, I think. I'll show you this chart here. I want to be a king or a hero. You start as a fighter, then you can be a silver knight or a lord, and then you can be, if you're a silver knight, you can be a knight master or a grand knight. If you're a lord, you can be a sword master or a general, and then sword master goes into king, and general goes into hero. I want to be a hero, I think. There's hers. She'd be a princess. But she has to not be a cleric to become a princess. Keep that in mind. From sister, she has to become a paladin. Then she become an archmage, then princess. Taylor. We don't have this guy yet, I don't think. He looks like Vargas, or Varkas. What was the guy's name in Berserk? The one guy that was always kind of jealous. He looks like him. He starts as a pirate. Maybe be a captain or a silver knight. Volkov, we have him. He's already done though. Notice there's no chart because he's already like max level. And there's Narm. Nom. She can be a ranger. I don't know what one I've upgraded her as. Fighter, lord, general. She becomes a ranger. I want to. If they have a class like that, I want the nice one, I think. And then you got Jessica. I don't think we met Jessica. Sorcerer or Paladin, and the Paladin can become an agent. And then we got this guy. I think we have Horking. Don't we? We know Horking, I think. This is Sam. And then we're saving all his people in the subway by choking out the crazy, the woman, and they're playing Cranberries. Also, it's man. It's so silly. So Horking, I think we have. He doesn't have anything special, class-wise, it looks like. We have, I think Sohn we have two. I don't know Albert. Ron's. Ron's gonna be a royal guard, that's cool. You remember that too. Chaos, Bosel. The thing, Bosel I've seen in the later games. Like I played 4 before, he's in that one. I guess because he's like a god or something. Okay, let's look for... So these are walkthroughs for the different levels. Let's just go through these though. Well, there's 2. So 2 has similar characters, right? And it's his son. It's the main character's son in the second one, Elwyn. Which is pretty cool to me. And then he's got multiple special classes. King, Hero, or Royal Guard. He can be any of those. She does too. Agent, Princess, High Master. Oh, they added way more special classes in this one. In the second one. That's cool. I don't want to spoil too much, right? But the Empire... Wait. So the Empire, Leon... The Empire... What other story is going to be? Dare, Dark Princess. Looks cool, right? Some of the characters are still in it. We gotta skip all that again. I want to see the secret section. There it is. It's a little quiz. Okay, let's see. The temple on map 6. There's a statue. What the heck? You can find a secret passage there. It clears the scenario. And it goes towards a hidden scenario. On scenario map 6. Okay, on map 8 there's another thing on a bridge. Elwyn though. I was talking about 2 though. Well, these are all for 2. So are there no secrets for 1? Use a land greaser. These are all those secrets are for 1. I mean for 2, sorry, not for 1. There's the stage they're talking about. Final secret of land greaser. A secret shop? Okay. You can shop anywhere. Uh-huh. The secret, oh, you do this code there, right? And you can open a secret shop. That's cool. There's more like Langoon or, well, that's, you know, there's definitely pretty ladies in this game. Bro, we can buy secret weapons? Okay. And there's this one too, scenario select. Now that I've already used. I've already used scenario select. What's this one? Not sure. And then you got, this is the level select code, which lets you go back with your same levels, which is what we did. It works on both of them, 1 and 2. About the map numbers. Oh, I see. It's trying to explain the different routes and how to get to them. Okay. So anyways, I had to use this code because otherwise it's hard to play this game, honestly, without the load select. I mean the scenario select. Otherwise there's no real way to level up. Okay, anyways, I just want to show you guys that. Back to the game. Cool book, kinda. Also, I wanted to look at the class things, so to think about what class we're gonna do. I didn't know Craigreads goes by Mayhem. I said, no, I don't go by Mayhem. What's that, Smash? No, I do not do it. Okay, so can we scratch this guy is my question here. So we can give the girl a little free XP. 3? Down to 3? Looking good almost. Okay, so I'm gonna move this guy, right? Well, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I want to move him. And then I want this guy here and attack. Yeah, save state actually. Oops. Save. Then I start pressing the buttons. Okay, go here. Wait, what buttons go? This one? Wait, go here. Come on, bro. If we can get 2 damage with this guy. Yeah! No, don't kill it. No, don't kill it. Don't kill it. Okay, try again. Let's see. I don't want to kill it. I only want 2. Yeah, like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Perfect. She should be able to kill it, bro. There should be a bunch of XP for her. Yeah! That's awesome. She gets all that XP. Nice. They're tough to kill like that. Level 1 up, defense 1 up. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's awesome. It's really tough to do. I've never done it playing this mission. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, then we don't care about the rest of what they do. Do we have backup? Yeah, we have the neutral guys coming. Okay. So I think what I should do, they're gonna get free XP everywhere, right? So I think I try to kill this one, and then I don't know, maybe go up and help them. Barely scratch the thing. They're still tough to kill, man. Even with my strongest dude, they're tough to kill. Guys, we're trying to reclaim our throne, I think, too, right? We're gonna have to go. The bad guy showed up and stole our castle and the sword in our castle, the Langreaser. It's supposed to be the Sword of Light. We were supposed to protect it for like the rest of our lives, but oops, bad guy's got it. So now we are heading back to the castle. And on the way, we had to go through this forest of death, where all these damn slimes are. What's that guy's name? Shister? I want to get them the special classes. I was looking at the charts. I want to make the main guy a hero, and the other guys whatever special ones they have. Now apparently you can also just reset your stats, right? or not stats, your level with that one item. Wouldn't it be best to do that at the end though, still? Like, I guess it depends on like how many of those items you get. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can buy them from the secret store. The item to reset our level, we might be able to buy it in the secret store. We can make some really strong units that way, right? Like, yeah, the girl, you gotta just reset her and like get double stat gain from level 1 to level... He's level 10? Now when it asks for a class change, can you say no, like a Pokemon? Can you say, nah bro, nah? I don't really know. I know I'd like her to get more levels, but I don't know if I would do that. I guess like try to do this and try not to kill him. That's not what I want. It's the opposite of what I want. Okay, right, I want him to hurt him. I'm gonna hurt him. I don't want that. Let's kill one of these other ones, maybe, and get her next to it, and try to work it down. Yeah, okay. Then get her, put her here, right? And then she attacks it too. Doesn't even scratch it, it's fine. We'll figure it out. And then end the turn? No, I still have this guy down here. I want max XP, that's why I want to kill all these individually. To get max XP, it's the best way to do it, as far as I can tell. I still wish I could make the sound not crack like that. But again, I don't know if it's the emulator or what the fuck the deal is. I feel like it's not the emulator, I think it's the game. And the game just sounds like that. Just the way they did it, for some reason. Okay, that's good, I can end the turn there. He's gonna go out the main one, go after the main one. Nice, nice, good job, Spearman. Nice. Oh yeah. Basically, we're at the start of the game. We're pretty early on. Monsters, burn them! Burn the monsters! Lord Redeem, leave the jealous to us. It's alright, Chris. See, this is why they're so hard, because then they show up and help you. You're basically just, like, supposed to survive this mission. You're supposed to try and do your best to survive. Wait till they get up here, though. You'll see what I mean by the fire actually being good. Oh, he moved out? I thought we had him surrounded. Oh, oops. Ah, shit. Oops. I fucked that up by doing auto. He was surrounded. He was surrounded. She said what? Huh? What do you mean she said what? Huh? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Dude, that slide's humongous. It is. Yeah, the red ones are huge. I shouldn't have moved her. That was a mistake. I mean, I should have kept the gel crushed in there. That was my bad. Let's see if I can do 8 damage. No! I don't know, what does it mean? What does what mean? I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know if I'm supposed to answer you. I don't know any of the antecedents you're talking about. What does what mean, bro? Who is she? Her? What does she? What do you mean? What did she say? What did she say? I don't know. I don't know. The numbers, Craggy. What do they mean? What numbers? Is it Wex? Welcome, welcome. See, I messed up, man. I had this thing trapped, but I messed it up. So instead, well, you know what? I'm going to magic attack. I don't know mana. Never mind. I'm gonna have him rest then, I guess. And then I'm gonna surround this thing again a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It's super nice. It's nice, nice. Okay, maybe this guy can die? No? Oh, he's out of the area. Wow. He's out of the area. Okay, see, I want him here. Oh, he's out of her range? Shit, that was my bad. I thought that was in her range because she's right over there. Oops. Well, she'll attack this one. Trying to get her trapped. That's fine now, I think. Whose is this guy? Yeah, it's hers. I thought so. Yeah, that's it. That's all we got, I think. We got him surrounded at least. Yeah, down to 2. We might be able to do it. She might be able to kill him and get more XP again. That'd be nice. Okay, can they kill this guy? I actually don't want them to kill him, because that would kill whatever little ones. So when you kill a boss, it kills whatever other ones too. I'll move him over here. Yeah. And just start sweeping, killing up these little guys. Just keep doing this. The fire guys will get here soon, and then, you know, then we're set. No damage. No damage. So really, whatever we do is fine. We're just trying to maximize how strong we get during this one, because the next fight I lost, man. I gotta be honest with you. The next fight I lost, and that's why we had to use the level select code. So now we're going back in time to reface the same threat that killed us before. You understand? We're like we got reincarnated as a slime, or Yamcha, and now we know what happens, and we need to win this time, right? We need to win. We need to change what happens this time. I lost before. I lost all of our lives. It's like, what was that movie with Tom Cruise too, right? All you need is kill, Edge of Tomorrow. I've seen the future, okay? I've seen it. I understand it. Now we need to survive it. First time, I died. Now, how is it going to go this time, though? No one knows. Alright, so that guy's at 5. That seems good. I want to, like, chip down this guy, though, no. So, like, move. Not that far. Move, like, there or something. And then have him come up and attack this. Kill that. Yes. And then it's perfect, right? And then this other dude can come here and do this. I'm gonna chip it down a bit, right? Come on, come on. Okay. And then for this one, try 2. I want to get down to 1 if possible. Doesn't look possible though. Wait, what if I rewind and try that again? What if I just try again? Try... Where can she move to? Hold on. Anywhere, okay. Let's try this one instead. Come on, drop it too. One more, man. Just drop it one more. Just drop one more. We got a shot on this. Okay, well, I'm gonna have her try anyways, I guess, right? Can she do it? Can she do it? Can she do it? No. 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 No, she did not do it. Nope. 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 Was this guy still in the range, too? Wow, look how big our range is. That's crazy. We're like the whole fucking battlefield, man. We almost got another level, though. We take up the whole damn battlefield here. I think we're done. Right? We can just end the phase now. Let whatever else happens. Oh, we got a book we can read tonight, too. I was thinking about reading, Economics in One Easy Lesson. Something like that. Economics in One Lesson. Seems interesting. +5, +8, man. That's good stuff. Good stuff. If they were stronger units, that'd be amazing stuff, right? +5 attack, +8 defense. The pikemen are... they're okay. But if they were a little bit stronger, he'd be buffing the heck out of them. Well, I should check what class Raideen is. See, we got that guy just trapped there. I'm gonna try to kill the mother again. I'm gonna do this carefully if I can. Alright then. Okay, so let's save state, yeah. And then what I want to do... I want to move one of these guys out of the way. Or... I don't know, let's try with this guy first. Let's see if we can get it down to like 1. No, to 2. Okay. And then... see, this guy can do the 1. Come on, man. Try this guy. No. This guy move. Try this one. Oh, no, no. I have a 10 one. My button keeps getting stuck. I have a 10 one. Here. Come on, give me 1. Give me 1 damage. Are you kidding me? Gotta go back. Let's try this again. Okay, so what I was thinking about was... what if I move this guy? What if I have him hit it? Oh no, he's gonna kill it. He's super gonna kill it. That's a bad idea. Okay, never mind, never mind. Okay, so... try this again. Oh, go back, go back, go back. One more try. Here's the idea. I use magic, okay? Attack on her, yes. And then her soldiers will get a couple extra attack, right? Yes, and then I'll move this guy. And then use this guy right here. Yeah? We took it down 2. Took it down 2. I need to take it down 2 more. Come on. Yeah, no, 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 no. You're not supposed to kill it. Dan? You don't understand that? Her guy could kill it and it'd be okay. Try this guy then. You're not supposed to kill it, bro. Okay. Come on. Can't you do it? Come on, ma'am. Can you kill him, please? Kill him! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah, it's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Nice. Okay, so now we just gotta like keep slaying these for XP, and then the fire guys will get up to us. We just end the turn then. And they'll finish this off. Nice, okay. This mission's pretty much over already now then. That's the best I've ever had that top area go. Ah! What? These freaking ominous freaks. These ominous creatures. These disgusting, these vile beings. Slimes? Vile's probably pretty good. Vile's probably pretty good. Let's stick with Vile. See, all that's left are this little pile of slimes here. They're gonna come kick their ass too. Fire should be no problem. Should deal with no problem. At the start of the next fight, I want to try the secret shop code and see if there's anything we can buy in there that's cool. Because we have a bunch of money. And apparently I assume you're supposed to know, like you're kind of supposed to know those things, it seems like. Like they explode into little gumballs, yeah, it's cool too. See, every other time I've done this mission, these guys are still fighting people when the fire guys caught up. This is the best we've ever done on this mission. I should kill this guy, right? Just slay him. There's some XP there. Nice, Raideen leveled up. Hell yeah. He's a lord. Okay. So I have the book, right? He's a lord. What do I want him to be? What do I want him to be? Is Lord on the right path, the hero, or not? Lord, it is. King or hero. There's Sword Master and then General. Sword Master becomes a king. General becomes a hero. Was there any like description of what the classes are? I didn't see that when I was looking through it. Scenario. Okay, after. Didn't see anything like that actually. 2's a lot bigger game, huh? Well, not bigger game. It's like the same. It's like a bunch of added on stuff. It seems like. Like there's more classes. There's more everything for the main characters and things. I think him coming down here to cast magic would be nice on Raideen. Right now he doesn't have any MP though. I think, can you get MP from resting? I think you do. You do. Man, 3 AM already? Sure. However, I started late today though. I started at 1 or something. Which is my bad. I'm trying to fix my sleep, man. And, you know, my allergies and all this, but, I don't know, it's rough. This game's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. One of these days I'll fix it. I kind of miss when sequels were the same game but had more stuff, like Doom 2. No, I definitely miss that. I definitely miss that, yeah. Like, I'm excited for Land Greaser 2 because 1 is the one most people have played, right? And 2, I want to see the story, man. I love when, like, you take a story and you skip ahead, like, 20 years or whatever. Like, same reason I'm really excited about playing Legend of Heroes 1 and 2 also. I love when a game does that, right? When a sequel, like, goes a generation later, or any story does that. You go a generation later, it's like, what happened in the meantime? I really like that kind of thing. So I'm excited to beat this one and then get into the second one. The third one, I guess, isn't really tied into anything. I'm not really sure about the third one. The fourth and fifth one are tied into each other the same way 1 and 2 are, though. Even more so, it takes place like the fifth one takes place in the middle, or starts in the middle of the fourth one. I don't know, man. It's been a long time since I played like a game series where I've really been looking forward to what's the next part of the series. I'll have him rest. Like how do we even have that anymore? Like every time the next game, it always kind of sucks. I don't know. Like Mass Effect, I like the first one. Then the 2 is alright. 2 is alright. But it like progressively gets worse. I don't know. Why is shit like that? I mean, I guess I know why it's like that. Because everything sucks there. Nice, he leveled up. Zone leveled up. He's a lord. I wonder what he could turn into. I didn't see him in the thing, I don't think. Oh, I definitely want... I want the girl to get some level, Chris, not him. But... should be able to, right? I'll just like get out of the way or something. I don't like that he's getting all the XP. The blonde guy, I don't like that. I wish he'd stop and let the girl get some. He's just like blocking her the way too. Why don't just heal him, man? She should be murdering people. This fucking blonde guy got in the way though. Whatever, I'll have to wait until I actually have control over her in a different level to level her up. There's only 2 groups left, it looks like. Of gels. Okay. Right, there's only 2 groups left. There's nothing I can do except let this blonde guy get him, unless I get him. Unless I do it. Okay. Fine with me. Unless I swoop in and steal him. Alright, this mission is done, right? We just need them to actually seal the deal here. We just need the AI to seal the deal and kill these last guys. I don't know if that blonde guy's any good. Or what. He's, let me check his job things. Does he have more jobs to do? Zone? It doesn't list them. I wonder why. I guess maybe because his chart is just... Oh no, they're all the same ones. I see. It's just, fighter, start as fighter, can be a silver knight or a lord, then a knight master or a general, that's it. Okay. They're just all kind of generic dudes. Okay, can I steal this too? I think I could maybe with these dudes. Also Nightcracker and crew. Have a good one, Geo. Kill Stealer, I do my best. Do my best. Kill Stealer, I was the one doing all the combat until now. Kill Stealer, he says. I'm just gonna end and let him do it, I guess. Just finish this guy off already, man. Oh, come on. He can't even do it. The guy can't even do it. There we go. Finally. Finally. Push you. Scenario clear. We did it, guys. Therefore, done. Now I'm leveled up? Hell yeah. Zone leveled up again. Attack went up. MP went up. We beat all the monsters. We can proceed to Bardia Castle now. So that's our castle, or was once upon a time, huh? The Baldia Castle. Yes! We can defeat Digos and take back our castle, Bardia Castle. That was a tough fight, though. Thanks to you guys, Son and Chris, we made it through, though. Of course we did. Of course we helped. I was given orders by Lord Hawking to serve you, Lord Radine. That's wonderful. It gives me a lot of faith. That's wonderful to have you. Lord Radine? We got a cross given to us by the people we helped from the bandits. Nice. Got a cross. Oh, also, Lord Radine? Can I fight with you? No way, it's too dangerous. Please. I promise I won't be in the way. Alright, I got it, Chris. Let's fight together then. Yes! Is that gonna be his wife someday? Was tracking the score and how many people he killed. Give us money. The better you do, the more money you make, right? The more people you kill, the more money you make. Look at that. We almost got 4,000 bucks, 4,000 P. Save over that one there. Right, here we go. Alright, here we go. We've never beat this mission before. So this is all going to be new now. I've never seen beyond this either. Scenario 5. Nana. I'm reading the things on the board. Nana? What does it say? What does it say? Nana. Scenario 5. The Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard. Backup of Chris and Sohn were able to come to help out, and so that Raideen could get through the Forest of Spirits. But up ahead, the Imperial Army was waiting for them, and a fearsome Black Knight, and the commander of the Imperial Guard, a Lancer, his name Darcis. The fated rival, the battle between the fated rivals begins now. Black Knight Lance. Oh, that's his name, is Lance. Lance is his name. Or is that his class, though? Oh, that's the name of the Empire, Darcis, right? Darcis is the name of the Empire. And Lance is his name. Okay. So we win if we kill Lance. We lose if we die, if Raideen dies. Raideen specifically. Other people could die, but not Raideen. Okay. Yeah, this is the part I died at before. Oh, I want to check the secret store. Also, I want to save. Hey. Okay, so how do I get to the secret store? Let me see. Well, it might be different on the Saturn one. If it says buttons, I gotta probably do a different button. Okay, it says circle. Yeah, okay. Up, left, right. Okay. Up, left, right, down, right, right. Circle. Okay. It says when you buy, so I think, am I supposed to be in buy already? Item. In here, and then I do up, left, right, down, right, right. Up, left, right, down, right, right, circle. No, didn't work, obviously. Let me try again. Up, left, right, down, right, right, circle. Up, left, right, down, right, right. Up, left, down, left, right, down, right, right, circle. No. What about from this screen? I'm not totally sure what screen you're supposed to do it on either. What if the code's different on Saturn? Well, let me check. Relance or sorry, Langreaser, Saturn. Game FAQs. Don't have that. Wait, there it is. Mag Edition, yeah. Do they have anything in the Q&A or cheats or anything? No, nothing? No. There we go. Secret shops. It's C. It's C. On the intermission setup screen, place the cursor on the shop option in the item menu. Oh, okay. Up, left, right, down, right, right, C. Okay. Oh wait, there's two different secret shops. The shop contains a subset. What says Langreaser 2? Wait, it's only Langreaser 2? Does the book say that too? It does not say it's only Langreaser 2 in the guidebook. It does not say only Langreaser 2. Let's try on. Up, left, right, down, right, right, C. Okay, C is like... Okay. I don't know what my C button is. Okay, let's try, but now I know. Okay, so put it on buy, like that. And then... Up, left, right, down, right, right, C. Okay. Up, left, right, down, right, right, C. No, I don't think so, right? Maybe that wasn't... I don't know what C is, though. It's my C button. Okay, up, left, right, down, right, right, C. Wait, there's a clip. Okay, try it again. Up, left, right, down, right, right. Just whatever C is. So let's change people. It's not right. What am I doing? Why are you beeping at me like that? Okay, rewind a second. I don't know what it is. I can see stats. I can see stuff about it. Okay, Hey Leafy, what's up? What's up, Leafy? I'm trying to figure out how to get to a secret menu. So far, I don't know what my C button is. Hold on, let's try and figure this out. What do you have, Leafy? How you been? Did you get fired from your other job or not yet? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I hope the good job is working good. Okay, so how do I, if I look at this, how do I know what C button is now? You know? Maybe I go input in here. Controls. No, I've been good. Nice. No, you haven't got no, okay, good. Okay, C button is, whoa, okay. R button shoulder. Okay, so I was right on that. It is where that is. Okay, so up, left, right, down, right, right, shoulder. This is it, right? I did it. Okay. We can buy Warhammer, Greatsword, Wand, and a bunch of shit we can't afford. Flame Lance. Devil Axe. This seems cool. The button reads it. There we go. Oh, it lowers defense by 3. It's cursed. Great Axe. It's cursed. We can afford these things, bro. D Slayer. Small Shield. Can't afford that though. Plate Armor. Okay, Robe. Plate Armor does what? Plus 4 defense. Cool. Dragon Scale. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so I don't... No, don't buy it. No, don't buy it. I'm sorry. So now I can do it. I want to do redeem. What items do we got? We have a Greatsword. Plus 4 attack. And a necklace. Plus 2 command aura attack. Plus 2 command aura and plus 3 defense. So what does that mean? Well, the command aura is pretty useful. So that's what he has for his armor. Okay. And then Greatsword is plus 4. So think about that when we're buying. So okay, can I remember this again? What was that? Up, left, right, down, right, right, C. Okay. So we need a better weapon for him, maybe. Greatsword's plus 4. Dragon Scale. We could afford that. Plus 4. But I don't want to replace my thing that buffs my command squad with that, though. Magic Resistance plus 20. Mirror. Mirage Robe. Necklace. I got one of those, yeah. Speed Boots. Plus 2 move. That's cool. Crown. Oh, wow. Plus 3 attack modifier. Plus 2 defense modifier. I don't have 5,000 bucks. Plus 2 aura. Plus 2 command range. Oh, that's pretty good, though. I can afford it. This amulet block plus 15 magic resist, including your soldiers, not just you. How come I can't buy this? I can't use it? So there's not really anything to buy for me. D-Slate, I can afford that. For the main guy. But I could buy... It's an orb. Maybe I'll buy an orb for the lady. Maybe a robe too. Dragon Scale. Could buy a Dragon Scale. It's so expensive though. Oh, you get to equip a weapon like a crossbow. Flame Lance. What would I actually buy here? I guess plate armor could be cool if somebody's wearing armor. Oh, stop buying that. Don't buy anything. Okay, I want to buy something for Nom, because she doesn't have anything, I think. Yeah. Or not Nom, Chris, the priest. So, up, left, right, down, right, right, there. Okay. Oh, also, Leafy, I've been, I'm officially giving up on everybody on Kick, and I am declaring war. Well, not really war, I don't care enough to declare war, but I'm also riding off Kick for real now. Because I was trying to talk to people, like, to come over to Sims. And people just, like, tell me I should just, like, try to, like, sell, like, just get KCIP instead of, like, what I'm doing. It's like, bro, no thank you. No thank you. Amulet would be good. Crown would be good too, I think. Well, we can't afford any of those though. Speed boost, you move 2. Necklace. Those might be nice too. Mirror robe, I think is what I'm gonna give her. And then there was like a rod or something. Is there a wand? Yeah. Okay, we'll get her a wand. Oops. Guess I didn't buy it. What button is it to buy? This one? Yeah, okay. Got a wand. And then... what else do I want to give her? I wanted to give her the robe, right? I think? Oh, I want to give her a mirage robe. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. But I keep fucking up buying. Okay, buy that. There we go. Okay, nice. I think that's all I wanted to do is give her some good equipment. Okay, I think that's good. Oops, stop buying things. Who is they? Why are you asking, Dingus? You know what I'm talking about. Well, not all the details, but... Okay, so I gotta figure out how to back up. What button is back up? Not that one again. Okay, so is it this one? There we go, okay. So now, Quiffer. I'm slowly figuring out how to play that. Oh, Nom? Yeah, Nom has stuff. You probably use a better sword, though. Yes. Oh, yeah, Quip. Wand. There. Yes. Hell yeah. Now she's badass. I think I'm gonna take the stuff off. The one guy, Volkov. I mean, I guess no, I kind of need him in this mission, I guess. Guess I need him. But I'd rather give it to the other guy that I actually want to level up. Yeah. I'd rather give it to the other guy. To Zone. Because he's kind of a loser, but... Well, he can't equip anything? Crap. Okay, Volkov, I want you to unequip stuff, right? Oh, there. There. Okay, and then... Zone. I want him to have it. There. There we go. Looks good. Instead of a shield, though, I could give him like some kind of command thing, right? I think this works okay, though. I think we're ready. So we gotta put troops on everybody. I want maximum troops, I think. I think I do. Normally I don't, but this one I think I do. Okay, Zone, what can he have? Pikes or soldiers? I want pikes. Because there's a bunch of horsemen on this one. Soldier, that's it. Okay. And then she's got monks. Okay. Now I need to carefully place everybody, I think. Is there a save button? I need to carefully place everyone. We need to think about this. Let's see, redeem. Yeah. Oh, how do I see the map? How do I see the map? There we go. Okay, so like, if I remember, there we go. See, we gotta fight these guys. Silver Knight, Rias. There's so many, Knight Master Lance there. That's the guy we gotta kill. And then her too. Silver Shilba Knight, Reticia. So, you see there's like 3 mounted units. We need pikemen against all those. I think I'll go in the main way. I think I'll go this way with him. And then... who else has pikes? Who else has spears? Zone does. Put him over here and he'll go that way. And then... Nom will back up... this guy. And Chris will back up me. And Volkov will be in the middle here. Yeah. And then we'll go. Yeah, save. Okay. I've never beat this mission, guys. So, if we win, this will be a first for this. The enemy's approaching! Isn't the art cool, man? Hurry, everyone, spread out. Yes. It's the remains of those Bardia. Let's get rid of them. Rout them. Okay. If we can get through here, the castle's right in front of us. But there's enemies waiting. We can't get stopped here. Everyone, don't die! Nice. So, like, we're going to the castle and then we get ambushed here. Okay. So, everybody don't mess up. We'll put him up there. I could... could move all of these manually, I think. I think there's like a way to like tab through my units or something. I don't remember how to do it though. I'll just do it manually. To have them go as far forward as they can walk, I think. I'm a lot stronger than I was the first time I tried this, I believe. So, that's good. Storm the gate, I'm going. I'm going. Now they're gonna have to split their forces too, and that's gonna be interesting to see what they do, I guess. Chris, we want up here. I made her a stronger magician, right? That's gonna be cool too. I don't think she has spells yet though, but she will eventually. I don't think she has any spells yet. Or maybe she does, I don't know. I'll see you on the next turn. I'll give my life if I have to get Raideen there. Don't... You're gonna do that, bro. Change his strategy to pierce through. It should make them blitzkrieg. It should make them just go. And I don't have to command them to test it. Blitzkrieg. Let's see if this works. And then end the phase. Do they go as far as they can? Looks like they do. Okay. Looks like they do. Funky music. Rias on the right flank. Reticia on the left flank. Surround them. Yes. Yes, yes, Commander. I'll leave the rest. I'll leave the actual. Sorry, command's up to you guys now. Meet the enemy. Or sorry, I'm gonna go meet the enemy. Oops. I leave the command to you guys now. Of your, now that we're dispersed, we've gone the different ways, you guys have your own command each way. Okay. So, this horse guy, we're gonna murder this motherfucker. This motherfucker is gonna regret ever showing up to work today, I'll tell you that much right now. We're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him, and we're gonna kill him immediately. I'm gonna stab this man with a spear, I'm telling you. As quick as I can. Oh, yeah, check if she has magic now. He does. What? Turn undead and heal. Right. Right, okay. There's no undead right now, unfortunately, for us. But heal will be useful. She'll keep the main guy alive, I'm sure. You know what? I don't have to move all those. I'm not gonna. Now, I think they have how many guys? They have this guy going this way. They have 2 squads that way already. Let's just move like here. And then we're gonna meet him. We're gonna meet him in here, I think, right? Have her next to him. And then just let their units catch up, I think. Yeah, looks good, right? Looks fine. Here they go. Funky music again. Look how far that guy can move. He's gonna run to his own death in a second. Now, regular soldiers have an advantage against spearmen, right? But it's not that big, is it? I don't know, we'll see. Like, are the spearmen really gonna mess? I mean, are the... What? We need to defeat the enemy commander. We do that, we'll rout him. Yes! Right. So this one we want to kill him. Staying on the bridge, it's fine with me. And this guy up here. Why not? We can fight him, man. I'm ready. You're just a stupid horse guy. What are you gonna do to me? Huh? Cry about your horses? You ain't doing nothing. Have her up there so she can heal. And this guy... I don't know, man. Up this way, I guess. Okay. She's almost here. I'm thinking... This all counts as tree. Can we get, like... Just move all my guys into the trees, I think. Have her next to him. Okay. That's it. Let everybody else go. We're about to hit the enemy, man. We're about to reach confrontation. It's gonna happen now. Now, see, him running ahead makes him vulnerable to us in a way he doesn't realize before the spearmen catch up. I think that's gonna be good. I'm gonna rush him now, right? I'm gonna rush this motherfucker straight into his face. I'm gonna run right at him. You can't get through here? Ah! How am I almost dead? How am I almost dead? How did that happen? Okay, hold on. She's gonna heal from back here, yeah. Wait until the rest of his guys go, I think. So they're nearby. I need to block him now. Nice! Look at him, look at that schmuck. Silver Knight, more like nothing. More like nothing, chump. More like bronze dum-dum. Okay. We could kill the commander right now. Good. Should I? I kill the commander? I can't reach him. Can't reach them. Well, these guys gotta come across the water. Okay. We should be okay though, right? Because I can heal them. So, hopefully he survives. I don't know why he went down to 2 life in 1 combat. That was pretty fucking wild. I don't know. I've never seen that, but otherwise we're doing pretty good, I think, there. Now, is there a point in rushing her? Or not? Well, can these guys surround her? No. No, they can't. These count as forest, I think. Just put him in there. Should I have him go? Let me go back. Can she do a spell? No. Okay, I'll have her go over here. And then he has 2 spearmen still. Put him on that one. Question is, do I try to attack her? I think so. Wait, I'm a swordsman now. Right? Or she's cavalry. But I'm a swordsman? I think. So, I'm a lord. I don't think I want to. I think just put him here so he buffs everyone. There we go. And then let them come, I think. That guy up there, and I think that is a good turn. We'll see. Am I right or am I wrong? We'll see. What are they gonna do now? He's gonna heal. The other guy's gonna attack me. Don't do too much, Rias. I understand, Chief. You're not gonna kill him, right? He's dead! Why is he dead like that? It's game over when he dies. What? I'm dead before I could reclaim my castle. Game over. Man, okay. Why is he killing me? Let's go back and see, is there any way to survive? Like if I just wait, or... I should have killed him. I could have killed the guy and I didn't. For like the XP of like 1 dude, I didn't kill him. Which was a mistake, I should have killed him, huh? I let him live, and what happened? I died is what happened. Let's see if this... Did this reset the seed or is it always the same? Always the same. Okay. Where's my load state at the start? Did I buy equipment already? I did. Okay. Let's do the same thing. This time, though, we kill him, man. This time we fucking kill him. Don't be a bitch. This time we kill him. Kill him. Don't let him live for XP, bro. What am I doing? Kill him. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I failed. But this time I'm not gonna. This time I'm gonna kill him. Oops. I clicked the low. I meant to go. Oops. Go back. I meant to fast forward it. I don't know. I don't know the fast forward button there. I guess. Just skip this dummy talking. Oh, shut up, please. I have things to do. Okay. Well, you know, Fish Tank saying there's a Fish Tank game available on Steam. Is there? The enemy's waiting for us. The castle is right in front of us. We just gotta get through here. Everybody don't die. Okay. Yes. Okay. So... Change, everybody, be careful. Oops. Let's change our orders to pierce through, right? And then go here. And then same for her too. Oops, not that. Go heal. Oh, she already got those orders. Okay. So go up there. And then same deal for him. I'll give my life if I have to. You don't have to, bro. Just, you know, fine. Okay. Go up there. And then same deal. This guy. I'm just gonna to make this fast. I'm just going to go as far as I can for the first couple of turns, which should work out just fine, right? Pierce. Blitzkrieg. There we go. All the commanders have moved. I can end the turn. So, right, is it a thing? Riot, take the right wing. Redishia, take the left wing. Surround them. Yes. Yes, Captain. Commander. Leave it to you after you split up. Meet the enemy. I'm gonna meet the enemy head on. So this time we just kill that guy, right? Don't worry about the XP, just murder that man. So I don't have to deal with him anymore. Instead of... I don't know why he's so strong, man. I guess, but that's why we say this. Here we go. Kill the commanders. Why? Because we know, like, this mission we kind of have to get XP. I mean, not to get XP, to survive, we need to kill them. This isn't one of those fights where we can, like, toy with our food. We need to kill them. And as quick as can be. We need to slay them when we see them. This time I'm going to save on the right turn, right before. So we can go back to there instead of starting the whole mission over if I die again. I'm going to save on the... I'm going to save state on the spot right before we hit a head, where we make contact. Which is like next turn, right? One more round, one more phase. Now they have spearmen, but will the spearmen really mess me up? I'm not cavalry. We have to kill the commanders, then we can rout them. Yes, see, the reason we say that is because that's what we should do. So his next turn will be back next to the bad guys. Okay. Right, move him up. Move her up. And then... I think that's good. And then... Oops. Next turn, next phase will be Moment of Truth here. I can link it about Golden Brown... I can link it about Golden Brown, but you need to give me FT. I spent 2 on the days, I need more. What are you saying? I can link it about Golden Brown. Hey Zoo, welcome. You have a video you want me to watch about Golden Brown? I promise I will give it. I know, you'll give me I'll happily give you an NFT tomorrow for a video watching today. I understand. Wait, say. I understand. Why do you need an NFT? Like, I'm gonna just give you one. This guy. Can't come through. See, this part we lose most of our life. I don't understand what happens. How do they do so much damage? Their attack is, 24 plus 5. That is a lot. They have 29 attack. I see. They have 29 defense. Now can we kill the guy, the leader? Almost, huh? I have to go back, I think. I don't think this is the right play. Unless I can hurt all of them. Why does a man climb Mount Everest? Because it's there. Because it's there, right, is the answer. Because it's there. So what does that have to do with you? What does that got to do with you, bro? Okay, let's go back. So, I don't know if I should even attack anyone, bro. I guess not, huh? I guess my best bet... Oops. You know what? Go back again. I think I could use spells or something, couldn't I? I have magic. Thunder, heal, protection, attack. Thunder? What do I zap them all with thunder real quick? You can't get through here. And then I go up and attack with just my troops, not me. I think that's a better play. Yeah? And then my dudes go up here. Is that still in my range? Oh yeah, it is. I go up here, I stab them. Kill them, no problem. Look at that. Just poofed out of existence like that. Attack the commander too. I don't think it'll... I almost kill him. Nice. Look how much better this is than the last time. Yeah, just get him up that way, it's fine. Don't give for free. Well, my meaning in life it will be then. True. The NFTs don't grow on trees that cost money. Because he is an idiot. Now this top tier credit card. Thank you, Wayne. Get a Mad Shiny Force. Does this predate it? It's similar era. The Der Landgreaser came out of Mega Drive too. Der Landgreaser. Which would be... Can you come down? Let's see. Let's get some dates. 1991 is the first one, I think. And Shiny Force was when? 1992. It does predate it. Came out a year earlier. It does. Huh. Cool. Looks and sounds great. It's very cool. You need a fireball spell of some kind. Some people have one. It's cool too. There's lots of cool stuff about it. You got all the different careers. You have the different job. I mean, they're like the branching classes. Lots of cool stuff about this game. Like if you like these kind of games. The main thing is your little dudes. It changes a bit. So you have like a command aura. You can see it highlighted. If they're in their command order, they get your buffs. And my buffs are, as you can see, plus 5 attack, plus 8 defense. Pretty good on the main commander. Okay, I don't want to expose her. Can she cast any spells that'll... She has heal and turn them dead, I think. Doesn't need to do a heal. Oh, she healed that one guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna move her up a little bit. I'm gonna move this guy over here so he can come and fight these pikes when they come out. Looks good. And then over here we got a situation too. I'm gonna save state, I think. If he runs up and attacks her, how bad is it? I saved some that might undo it. Let's go. I like the colors of the mountains. Yeah, looks nice, right? Who are you calling an idiot, Zoop? He is some white man with money, have done a lot in life with middle-age crisis, so he buys a bike, Ponko Pops, or Go Everest. Ah, that's your answer to the question, you're saying? Sure, I guess. Sure, I guess, bro. Can we attack her at all? No. Maybe this guy? Oh, we can. Bro, if we could kill her out of the gate. No. That'd be nice, though. Doesn't look like that's the case, however. As long as we don't die, though, we're okay. As long as they don't kill us. These guys are really tough, honestly. This is pretty... This fight is way over our heads, kinda. Like it's supposed to be, I think. Right? You're supposed to be up against it here. It seems like. Right there, Faye. Hopefully nobody dies. Let's see. What's he gonna do? Oh, they're too cowardly to do anything. Okay, that's good. That means we can sweep in on them. And what about this girl? She just heals? She doesn't do anything either. Nice. Okay. The cowards. You thought Don Quixote was an idiot. Man. Why does man climb it? Because it's there, bro. That's what they say. Because it's there feels like overrated answer. How's it overrated, bro? It's a deep... I don't think you get because it's there. Zoop. I don't think you get why that is a good answer. Okay, let's save here. I think this is good. Now, if I fight, I almost die, I think. But I have so many dudes here. Does it matter? Does that matter? I'm gonna go like here and not fight, but have my dudes fight for me. Yeah? Yeah, looks good. Got owned like a bitch, right? Okay, and then kill this one too. Almost. Can this guy kill him? No, he can't get up there. I don't want to kill the boss guy. I don't want to kill him. I guess I'm gonna just take it. Wah! No, pull back. You can't do any more riots. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of them. Yes. Get fucked. Rating leveled up. Nice. Okay. I want this dude to come over here. I think, yeah. To fight those guys. Oh, they're just swordsmen. But my pikemen are weak to them, is why I want to do that. And then have her come up. Yeah. Okay, and that's all good. Their units will catch up. So what about down here, though? Okay. I want his pikemen to come around and help us out here. Kennedy mentioned it with the moon speech, I think? Sure. The fight cutscene is pretty damn cute. Yeah, they're cool, right? This is the Saturn version. This is a Saturn version. There's a PlayStation one too, so it has like voice acting and all that kind of stuff the original didn't have. Graphically, it's pretty similar though. Oh, how far? Okay. I don't want to expose somebody in a way where they can't do anything. Okay, there we go. Good. Isn't the portrait art and stuff really cool? That's some of my favorite stuff about this game. The portrait art looks really nice. I mean, the art in general is really nice. Okay, and then my last dude here, to attack her, I don't want to kill her yet is the thing, but I guess there's no risk of that, huh? That was a risk of killing her. Okay. Does she cast magic or anything? No. She can fight, but I don't want to get her hurt too much. Well, if you hold B, you can move faster. Just discovered that. Like, I'm gonna undo this. Oops. Attack this guy. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, see, I had a feeling. I had a feeling it's a bad idea. Okay. Oh, so they are Lancers, yeah. Well, whatever, man. Now, I think I want him to heal himself. Yeah, so it'll be 10. And that's everybody. It's their turn, I think. These guys will just catch up, watch. They'll go on their own. They didn't quite make it up to him. Alright, and with a new war here, we have a lot of it from them here, like collecting pogs. The guy with blonde hair looks like a Rambound picture, sure. Sure. Because IRS there feels like, because it, oh yeah, I like it, man. Because, like, it's like man's curiosity or whatever, man, right? Like, humans will try to conquer things just to do it. You don't like that answer? Why not? I have no... Listen, I have no hatred for you. These are just orders. Die! Okay, calm down. Oh, that's their commander? They're in trouble then, if that's all they got. Ooh, this guy could kill us, though. We're gonna stamp their one-way ticket. Their fate is to get their one-way ticket stamped. That's kind of a weird thing to say, bro. So she's healing. Nothing else they can really do. Okay, looking good. This guy is scary for sure, but whatever, man. Let's save. Save this way, yeah. An intermission save. Oh, save state too. Okay, see, if I get in this fight, he doesn't even want to know what's about to happen, right? I could zap him with lightning instead or something. Let me think. No, I like it. I just feel, I don't know. Any commander needs to learn how to probably trash talk. Yeah, true. He is stronger than me, though, I think, this guy. I think he is pretty strong. He's coming over here now? He is, right? That's gonna be rough. So, ideally, we want to kill this. We want to kill these troops quick, huh? I'll think about that in a second. I want to take care of these guys first. What if I go... Should I fight her or... Magic? What does he got? Heal? If he fights her, does he win? Yes, he does. Okay. So, then his units can come clear out these dudes. Oh, one survived. I don't think I can get... Oh, I can. Just barely. Nice, 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 nice. Time for you to retire, man. Almost. Crap. And then have this one come around, do that. Yeah, we got them all. So it's just her now. If you kill... Okay, so the reason I do that, I kill all the little dudes, is because you get half XP. If you kill... Sorry, oh yeah. If you kill the commander, all their dudes will die, and you get half XP for them. That's it. So, I don't want to do that. She could heal. Oops, I think that's what she should do, actually. Not a bad idea at all. Oops, not attack. Heal. Oh, wait. I thought, for a second, I thought she had magic heal. She doesn't. Okay, never mind. It doesn't matter what she does. Okay, back up here now. We've got 2 troops and then the main boss guy. Okay, and we have like 3 dudes up here, so... Raideen could cast a spell on him, that's an option. It's an option. Instead of getting in the fit fighting himself, you do this. I think do this, yeah. A bit grinding for XP? Yeah, I'm trying. Like in Jurassic Park, they say you're busy if you could. You didn't think it on if you could quit. What? What's the M part you mean there? Oh, if you... Huh? Like in Jurassic Park, they said if you were busy, if you could. You didn't think only if you could, on if you could, if you should, or something. Right? That's what you're talking about? They said they think if they could, not if they should. That's what you're saying? Yeah? Yeah, okay, I got you now. Okay, so I can try and kill him though. With my spearmen and stuff. Oh, I didn't scratch him though. I don't know this guy do it. Let me show you my swordsmanship. Well, he showed him, huh? Just popped out of existence. Okay, so she has magic healing. Is there any point to heal? Not really much point to heal. This one guy would benefit from it. Can you turn undead too? I think she just stays here. I think she just stays here. And then, oops, no, don't do that. I think she just stays here. I think that's the turn. Yeah. Let everybody else catch up and do whatever they want to do. Yeah, it's fine. The main commander is coming though. That guy's gonna be tough. We're gonna definitely have to clear out some of these dudes to deal with that. Oh, she's still alive too. Let's see what happens. You should ganks. I'm trying. Watch how the troops die to their piss poor leadership. Isn't that cool, right? I like that too. There's a he's here. I'm the Black Knight, Lance. So that is his name? Lance Karzas. Karuzas. Okay. You're not people like you aren't even my enemy. Don't die, right? Come on. So this is how strong the Imperial army is of Darshus. We'll get fucked, I guess. Well, we'll get fucked, I guess. Hey, what are you doing with that? Heal? Oh, and the other commander. Now, if we could just kill the boss there, that'd be amazing. I don't know about that, if that's possible, though. I think I do want to save it, though. Let's try to fight him mano-a-mano. What happens? I see. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. What about this way, though? That looks good. Bro. Bro. He's in trouble now. What if we fireballed him first? Or thunderballed him first? Oh, we don't have enough MP. We have 2 though. We could have. Oh, you know what we could do? We should go back. I'm gonna buff with attack my dudes, okay? Then, now what? Now what, bro? Now what, bro? Now how much damage are you gonna do? Yeah, look at that. 3 life left now. Can we kill him? Just kill the boss like this? Yeah, you can! Okay, go back. We don't want to do this yet, though. We don't want to do this yet. I want to kill that lady down there first. Before I end the level. Oh, that's sick. That's sick, man! Hey, hold on. Have our spearmen weaken her down. You straight gangsta? I'm about to be. I'm about to be. Yeah? He's almost dead now too. Bro, we're not gonna lose this time. We're not losing this time, man. Last time, sure. Not this time. Oh, Shunks, the Black Knights are tough? No. He is, I mean, he can't kill me, right? Tisha! Don't push yourself too much, get back. But it's kind of like we're both glass cannons, kind of, in a way. I'm okay still. I can still fight. It's an order. Get out of here at once! Lord Lance. Okay, there's like Fire Emblem, you know, the different units, strengths, and weaknesses. You got that in this too. It's not like a 3 thing. It's like all kinds of different ways. The spearmen are good against. It's kind of like whatever you think would make sense. Spearmen are good against cavalry. Cavalry's good against a lot of stuff. Okay. Now I can kill him, but the question is like, is there anything better to do, you know, than just killing him? Like, this guy here can attack this guy, right? Commander. Do 2 damage, not much. But could we... Who can reach him over there? This guy can, right? Anybody else? Not really. I guess just kill him. Don't worry about the XP thing. He's out of position. Make him pay for it. Make him regret it. We got Warhammer. Yeah, nice. Hell yeah, I've never beat those before. This mission. Chris leveled up. Oh yeah, what's next? You son of a bitch, who are you? I'm Radin. I'm the Prince of Bardian. I'm the Prince of Bardia. I'll pay this back for sure. Bye. Wait. Huh? Prince! Watch out! Like a ninja or something? What happened? Oh no, he's dead? Ah! Oh no, the old man's dead. No, Volkov! It's a poisoned arrow. A poisoned arrow? They're nearby somewhere. We need to find them. Volkov, are you okay? Hold on. Prince, it seems like this is the end for me. No, what are you saying? No! Prince. Become a wonderful king. Volkov! Wake up! Open your eyes! Volkov! Well, he's dead, isn't he? Why'd that go up a P? What does that mean? Plus 0p? Why are they worth $0? Oh, because they're still alive. I didn't lose them. Okay, we made money overall. Similar to Simps, we make money overall all the time. Well, speaking of, remember we have Simps referral. If you haven't signed up for Simps yet, like Zoop, like Mr. Zoop. I'm surprised you're not on there yet, Zoop. You definitely want to consider it. There is a referral link in the description. Consider it, Zoop. Consider investing in Cranky Reads, the most reliable streamer in existence, I think. Like, who's more reliable than I am? Who is a safer bet? You know what? You should take, honestly, this isn't investment advice, but this is a thing you should do. You should take all your money out of the bank and you should buy Cranky Reads Simps keys. We do make more money than the bank does. We do make more money than the dollar. I'm not saying this is financial advice, but it is a thing you should consider doing. And also you can do it for free too. You can buy a key for totally free. There's no reason not to do it. You know, consider doing it. And I make 20 bucks if you sign up. If you sign up on Simps with my referral code, which is in the description, I make 20 bucks, you get 30 bucks. Take your 30 bucks, buy a Cranky Reads key, then what? Hold on. Wait, I don't have my referral link anymore in my portfolio. It's still a thing? How come I don't have a referral link anymore? I have to ask. Ask what's up with that. The referral link still works, I assume, but I don't see anything. Uh-oh. Does the referral still work? Or does it have no referral link there? There's a bunch of like random people on the feed. I don't know what their deal is. Tons of people joining. We might be in, this might be the start of the rise of Simps, bro. If you look at the 2 hours ago, a bunch of people joining. Tons of people are joining Simps now. Like, look at the pages. I wonder, I'm gonna have to talk to, I'm gonna talk to Max and see, are some of these bots? Cause look how many people are joining, bro. It's crazy. Tons of them this morning. Lots of people joining. You guys see that? Maybe that's why the... I swear it was here last night, though. My, referral. Oh, maybe he moved it. It says I have one possible sign up. 6925. It says pending status. I don't know what that means. Referral link sign ups pending. 60925. How come the date? Oh, is that my sign up date? Is that my sign up date? Anyways, it still works, but it's no longer on the overview. It's now just in the referrals thing. Okay, that makes sense. I'll put that in chat. Anyways, consider signing up for that. Tons of people signing up, man. It's gonna blow up soon, I think. If those aren't all bots, that's good stuff, bro. Look at, go to... You can go to, what is it, Explore, and look at all the people signing up now. I think some of those people look like Crypto Bro. Like, they might... I don't know. Let's see. There's a bunch of new rooms, too, but I can't tell who's worth buying a key to. But bro, it might be the time. Sims might be starting to take off, man. I was on last night when all those new messages started coming, a little sus, but I hope it works out. Well, yeah, some of them are sus, but here's the thing. Max started yesterday emailing people in mass, or was it yesterday? The start of this week, Max started emailing people in mass, Wayne. What he did was he well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say what he did, but he got like all the Twitch usernames, and he's matching them to Twitter accounts, and he's messaging them. And some of these guys could be from that in a good way, and some could be people trying to get the free coins. We'll have to talk to Max and see what he says. But some of them have to be like just regular people. And there's, yeah, I don't know. I hope he doesn't have to quickly switch over to his other plan, which is $5 for 50 instead of free 30. He wants to change eventually to $5 for 50. Like you put in $5 and then he gives you 50 bucks. Which that's like in order to put a roadblock for the people that for the scammers. That makes more sense then, yeah. Yeah. They're not just out of nowhere. He is advertising it. I'm surprised if that many new people are on though. We haven't, but you know what? A lot of them don't have their simps yet, probably. So I was gonna say, it's surprising none of that, like not a single person has bought a key. But then it's also like, is it? Because Max probably isn't awake yet, so he hasn't sent out their things yet. Maybe we will get it. Maybe somebody will buy a key while we're on today. I don't know. We'll see. That'd be cool. Okay. Valdia Castle. The assault of Valdia Castle. You guys ready to attack our old castle? That'd be sick, man. I don't know. It seems if it's really growing like from that, I don't know. That should be awesome. The assault of Valdia Castle. Volkov wasn't able to make it back after we chased off the Lancers. Yeah, well, it said Volkov won't be making it back, unfortunately, due to a poison arrow. We need to overcome this sadness and keep going to Valdia Castle. We're finally here. But the castle has, what is that? The Lone General Zeldo. Okay, leading the defense. Exciting. We need to defeat Zeldo, and Raideen dying, we lose. Zeldo, we need to defeat Zeldo. If Raideen dies, we lose. Okay. Let's look around. Well, this is our castle, bro. Is this the guy? General Zeldo. Looks like he's Super Saiyan. Okay, and we assault from whatever direction, or we have one here, two here. Oh, the old man's dead, right? Volkov is dead. We have 2 on that side. So we don't have those guys anyways. Yeah, some of those guys are, who knows, but some of those guys are probably real. They're probably just waiting for their sim score. I don't know, we'll see. If we sell any keys from that, I'm gonna be over the moon. I'm gonna be very ecstatic if that happens. I'm gonna be very happy about that. I'm really happy we're over 20 bucks, Wayne. I want to start celebrating when we reach new highs in the dollar value and the appreciation value. I think we should. That's the only reason I'm playing Land Gracer tonight. Well, I know there's a celebration, but a little bit. I'm hype about it. I'm pretty hype about it. Okay, so we got swordsman here and a 1 cavalry leader. Swordsman. Just infantry dudes. There's some pikemen. That would be a problem if we had cavalry. We don't have any cavalry, so it's not a problem. I definitely want to have a spear guy coming this way, right? Definitely need a couple of spearmen to deal with these guys. Now, how many spearmen though? I could send like, oops. I could probably. I mean, I think that's fine. I could probably send like 2, right? I don't need all spearmen. I could do like 2 of them. You think I could kill all those guys? 2 of them could? I think 3. And then I'll give them 3 regular soldiers too. Can I do that or no? No, I guess not. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can split them. I just pick how many. Okay. Well then 4. 4 is what I need then. And put Nom. Give her soldiers. I'll put her on the other side, I think, right? I'm gonna put her on this side. Put her on this side. I'm just gonna do that. Nom here. Okay. And then zone. I wanna give. Does he need the pikeman on his side? Oops. Or not really? Is there a horseman? No, there's only the 1 guy. He can go with swords. He can go with swords. You just do soldiers. Yeah. And then Chris, get the monks. Replace her. Oops. Oh, that's right. Gotta remember how this whole menu works there. And that's good, yeah? Yeah. Save, sure. Anyway, that's exciting stuff that Sims is growing there. Is Bounty a castle? You're right in front of it, Volkov. And I want to show you. Prince. Yeah. Let's go! Everyone, follow me! Okay. The enemy's begun to move. Nintendo, we have to drop them all? You lowly losers, we're gonna send you out of here! We're gonna send you packing. Of course, at once. Send them packing. Alright. They don't even know what's about to happen though. Give me back my castle! There you go. What? Why am I dying so much every time? Do I need better armor, bro? I guess I have no armor. Okay, well that's... I think you see that, okay? I need to be more careful, I guess. I have like no armor. I only have 25 and I guess that's too weak to do like almost anything. I'm better off sending my soldiers out. So I think like here, and then have my dudes do it, right? Give me back my castle! Unfortunately, I'm gonna be a bit more of a commander at the moment. Until I get, I mean, it's what I'm built for, so it makes sense. I have that accessory, and that's what it does. So that's my bad, not really. I want to fight. I want to be up there, but you can only do what you can do, right? There we go. Come up here and sweep them. Whoa! You're just throwing stuff at them. Uh-huh. Oh, look at that, though. Get fucked, huh? We're getting a foothold really easy here. Have her move up. Okay. Same deal here. We want him to rush in. They'll protect him. Okay, we have Turn Undead as a spell. It doesn't really mean anything, right? Not gonna do any good for us. Now this will be a slog a bit, but I think we can win the slog. So this is where my Lord Radin lived out his youth, huh? We need to bring it back. We need to get it back for him. Okay, and then we'll just end the turn. There's only 2 ways in like this. But I think, like, what's stopping us from just, you know, fighting them until... Just keep fighting them, right? Just win. Like, there's no time limit. We can take our time, we can get XP. We can do all the things, I think. I came all the way here, I'm not withdrawing now. Attack! Charge! Not too bad. See, like, if we do this carefully, there's a way to restore your units' life. I forget. I think it's just like, I think maybe it's if they don't move and they're in your range. I don't totally remember. I can maybe look at the guide and see if I can see. There's something like this. There's a way they get stuff back. Oh wow, they're gonna rush that side. Huh. Heal. Wow, the right side, the right flank, is rougher. I didn't realize that. I would have put Ardeen over there if I thought of that. He's healing them. Okay. So the castle is so cramped they can do that. That's interesting, huh? Okay, so what do I want to do here? We have magic, we have heal. We should wait to heal though, right? We should try and kill this guy. We're not gonna lose! When we do kill him, which is nice, that gives us a spot, right? Now we can work our way in, too. Yeah, okay. Now we're working our way into. I'm gonna have him go like this, right? Nice. Castle levels are so dope, so many bottlenecks. Actually, I agree. I agree, Wayne. I agree. Now, can she really do anything here? Is my question. You know? His heal. I think we'll just use the heal in a second, maybe. Okay. This guy should attack there. Yeah. Ah, crap. Okay. But the heal's gonna be pay off pretty big, I think. Because we got a couple people with low life. Heal's gonna pay off pretty big. Okay. And they'll just stand here. Magic, heal. Right? That should pay off not too bad. They are in a tight spot though. Like this guy, the enemy's gonna send a lot of dudes this way, so we need to like sweep through here and make up for, like, apply pressure to the other flank, right? Apply pressure to the other flank. Huh. Make them regret leaving the opening. I mean, moving their forces that way. So, how best to do that, though? We're standing next to a commander. I have magic, too, right? My dad, Wolkoff. Father, Wolkoff. You guys watching over me? Okay. We could do thunder, or we could do attack. That's what we should do, I think. Right? That's the fucking thing I should do, attack. That should make them strong as shit. Attack this guy. Lord Zelda! Huh. Not really happy with that. Back to commander one. Yeah! Take him! Take his head! Wah! Medivh leveled up. Take his fucking head. Now normally, again, I was saying, I want to do this a little slowly. The reason I changed my mind there and just killed him was, because we need to apply pressure like I was saying now, right? Now we need to do more on this side. So, kind of have to. I don't have to, but kind of should, right? Apply some more pressure. Okay. Nope, didn't kill him? Oh, we did. Nice. Okay, now what she can... Now I'm curious, is she strong enough? 22, 22. 20, they're still kind of stronger. Should her soldiers go then? She doesn't have magic. Is she stronger than her soldiers? No, she's I mean, yeah, she's stronger than her soldiers. I'll have her try, yes. I won't allow you to do any more. That's not bad, that's not bad, I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Now, I'm gonna remove these, and move them here. And then move this one to attack this guy. That's not a bad idea. Yeah? Did we scratch him or did he just hurt us? He just hurt us. It's fine though. I want to attack this guy, of course. No, 2 damage. I'll take it. 2 for 2, I'll take it. It's a fine trade. If I get on top, that'd be nice. I don't think so though, right? Like if I put him out here, I don't know if he can get in there. I don't know. I'll just leave him here. Okay, that's it. Space. It was pretty good. I think we did pretty good. There, like I said, the right side is going to have a much harsher time than the left side. That's a heal. Okay. But to win the game, all we need to do is kill the commander, right? So if them exposing the thing so I can get to the commander with my main strong guy is not great for them, actually, right? Actually not the greatest for them. That's not great for us either. That guy dying's not great for us. It's rough. It's rough. Fighting against castle defenses are rough, man. Okay. We can do another heal. Just survive. Just survive, guys. Don't die, don't die. And you'll get some backup. See, look at this, man. They got a whole back line to help them out. We don't. She's gonna heal. Fuck, man. That's a rough side, for real. I'm not joking. That side is rough. That side is in trouble. It's definitely in trouble. Okay. What's the best thing we could do on this side? Kill the commander, and then just move on, right? Try it. Oh, wait. Don't... Go back. We should buff our... We should do magic again. Oops, not protect. Attack. Yeah? Oops, not hers. Not her soldiers. My soldiers. There we go. Okay. So then... They can try and kill this commander here. Can I move? Let me try and kill this commander here. See what they can do. 1 damage! Shit, that's not good. Kill this guy then. Almost. Almost. And she can't really do anything, man. Okay. She can attack. Try to attack this guy, that's it. Which is something, I guess, huh? And then have all her dudes try something? This 2 guy is just gonna die. But you know what? If he scratches him and dies, oh, he doesn't know. That'd be fine because it gives us space there. But, did not work out. Nice. Okay, nice. I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Oops. No, you know what? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. You know what I want to do? I want to move him. And then, switcheroo here. The old switcheroo. The old switcheroo. Okay, and this pikeman, I kind of wanted to switch that. I should have put him somewhere useful. Just move him up there. And then... okay, that's... I don't know what else I can do over there. Now, I do need a heal, right? He's sitting with... not in a great position. Can he himself fight the commander? Yeah, hell yeah he can. Hell yeah he can. Hell yeah he can. Okay. He's no schmuck. Now, we'll move this guy back. So this guy can attack the commander. Come on, kill him. Oh, that's close. That's close. If we only like zap him or something, that'd be it. Put him in here. Can he survive this? No? No? Okay. Shit, man. That's not good. Could have healed, I think, huh? Okay, and then if only I could get in on that commander, I could do something. Hey! Rough, 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 rough. These are some rough seas. Oh, oops! Don't put him that far. There's some rough seas out here. Okay. This mission, we might be in real trouble, huh? We'll see. What's he gonna do? He's just stand there. We can kill him next turn, though. He's just standing next to the boss. Our commanders stand and looking each other in the eye. Our commander beats their commander there. You freaking remnants of Ardea! Prepare yourselves! For what? A heal? Oh no, watch out. Watch out, bro, we might get healed to death. Good guy. Another heal? At least he's wasting his mana before I get to him. Now, they can resupply it, I think, if they rest. Okay, my turn, nice. Not too bad then. Okay, we'll think on the right side in a second. I want to do the left side first. Okay. Right, I want to kill him with this guy. What magic do I got? Heal? I'm gonna kill him. Can I kill him? Yeah, that should pop all the little guys with him. Lord Zelda! Nice. We needed that. We needed to do that. We do heal again? Do I have the mana for it? Yeah, I definitely do. Heal. Okay. Nice. We're not too bad on the right side then. You guys see this? Not doing too bad. And how far is our commander? We can't really move anyone. But... oh, we can move into there. Nice. Now we're on equal footing. Okay. And then I can do the same. I move this guy into here, right? There we go. That's nice. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so we got a commander here, right? What's the best I can do? I can buff myself to a magic now. We have MP6, yeah. Buff attack, right? But no, that works. Yeah, buff attack. Okay. And make sure to move the other person's dudes if I need to. Do that one. 2 damage. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Easy. I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Can I move up from here? No, it blocks you. I'm gonna kill the regular guy. Almost. Just so get him out of my way, bro, right? Want this guy to move here. And then want the spearman to move there to finish the job. Yeah. No? Yes, yes, yes. Sick. Okay. I was scared they were gonna do it. And then move this guy in here to do similar, right? There we go. There we go. We're in the castle now, bro. I need to defeat the king and Volkov's enemies. We need to get revenge for them. Okay. What can she do? Nothing? She can attack the commander, right? I might undo this. I just want to see. Nothing? They just... They just, like, wave their swords at each other? Okay. And that's all I can do? Yeah, how you guys feeling about our mission right now? We doing good or are we in trouble? That guy, the dude's only got one guy left. He's only got one guy left. Heal? There's only 3 of them there, though. That's rough. She's about to level up, though. That's rough, that's rough, that's rough. One life, one man lost, one man downed. Man, see how tough those central commanders are? Well, only the big guy is really tough. The mage, I'm sure we can just kill the girl. Because mages are usually weak. And I think she's like a mage type. So like once you get in physical combat with her, you got this Cracky, you can do it? Yeah? Alright. So the left side, we only got the one unit in our way now. Right side, we want to kill this commander here, right? But it's not going to be easy, so we just go in and we start slugging, huh? We just go in and we start slugging. Kill it. Maybe we can kill this guy. Yeah, that guy. And then he'll kill him, right? Now we have the castle wall here. Yeah, okay. That's nice. Castle wall's mine now, right? Move him here. Hit the commander. And they're on equal footing in there. Nice. Okay. I want to move her forward. Yes. So the monks can start fighting. Phew. Oops. So the monks can help out too. We need to get her like something that buffs her monks, I think. As an item. It's probably a good idea. Oh, I can put them in here. Nice. Yeah, that's the right side. They'll make it. They'll survive. They just gotta keep slugging. These guys are coming. Okay. It'd be cool if she could kill the commander. I don't know. Attack with this guy. Oops, you know what? Go back over. Don't attack with that guy. Attack with this guy, but also I still got magic, right? Attack. I do want to try to help her get the kill. But I still feel like buffing my guys is probably the way to do that. Not their guys. That's not in range anymore. Fuck, okay. This guy is, though. Nothing? There's nothing? Okay. Move this guy back so a spearman can kill this guy. Almost, almost. She has commander like that. I'm gonna have her go kill him. I want her to get XP, right? There we go. There's some. Nice level up. Class change. Okay. Hawk Lord or Lord? Hawk Lord or a Lord? So obviously you get flying, right? What else? Let me look at her. I'm checking the book real quick if she has like a special class. I don't want to miss the special class if she has one. Here, I'll show you, hold on. Since I'm looking at the book, I can pull it up. Okay. Where is she? There she is. Yeah, she has Ranger. Okay, so to get Ranger, the flying units seem good. She'd be Hawk Lord, and then she'd be a Dragon Lord or a Knight Master. If she goes Lord, she'd be a General and then a Ranger. I want to go over the special classes, I think. So I think I'm gonna go with Lord. Even though the flying would be nice. Even though the flying would be nice. It would be. It would be. It would be. Don't tell me it crashed the emulator. It did. Why, bro? When's the last time I saved? Why did that break the emulator? Son of a bitch. I know it's game capture, but I thought I didn't have that on. Crap. Crap. How long ago did I save state or something? It was a bit ago, I think. Let's see. Crap. How long ago was it? I hope it wasn't too long ago. Crap. And crash. Okay, capture RetroArch as a window. You have to capture as a window capture, I remember now. It should be on the screen, there it is. What's the benefits of Ranger? Oh. I assume they use like bow and arrow. I assume. Auto, mode, where were we? No, definitely not this. Definitely not that. No, that's not a thing. Okay. Definitely not this. Or this. Okay. Hold on, rewind before both of these things. Okay, that means my save is the furthest? My continue save? Crash because she wants to be a Hawk to a Lord? Maybe. Yeah, man, I need to be... I fixed it now. This one. Where's this at? The start? I didn't save state a single time in the level? Okay. 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 I'm going back. If we can do this, I'll restart. Take the regular save. And let's replan. If we gotta do it over, let's replan. Okay? Because we could do better, I think. I think we can do better. I think we can do better. I think we can do better. Let's use the opportunity to do better. To be better, to be smarter. Yes, I made a mistake, okay? But pick this up next time and unwind with some Carl React. Yeah, I guess so. What do you want to watch? We could start over though on the start of that level. That would be fine. What about with 4:40 a.m.? Yeah, it sounds fine to me. Dingus, hold on. Let me stretch real quick, and then let me get up. Let me get a snack, and then we'll do Carl for a bit. If anybody has any suggestions, let me know. find something to play for a minute. I need like 15 minutes-ish. I think like a 15-minute break. Right? And then I'll be back. A new plan or a new plan, a can work. A can work? What does that mean? Opportunity to refine your tactics. Yeah, we'll do it next time, Wayne. Take a quick break, I think. People want to unwind, I guess. So, we will. How many hours is the stream now? 4 hours? I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? I guess that makes sense. The YouTube stream's only be 3 hours, though, I think. And we can talk about stuff for a minute in a second, too. So I'll switch to Carl, let me get a break, and we'll talk about stuff, and then this Friday night, we got The Cat Who Knew Too Little, J.B. Garfield starring in. And during that, we're also going to review a couple of VODs, but also we're going to play a bunch of different detective games. We're going to try a J.B. Garfield game, or sorry, J.B. Harold. For a minute, we're going to try... I'm going to show a bunch of different ones. I'm going to show the Psychic Detective game that people keep bringing up in chat that a lot of you guys have never heard of, but chat sometimes has brought it up. It's called Psychic Detective. There's like 5 of them, and they have a different main character every time. There's 2 different versions. There's a PC version and then like a console version, and there's a couple versions of the console version. But we gotta try both versions to show you the difference. What else is there? And there's some other River Hill games I'd like to show you, because we're going to have to pick, once we beat Jinguji, we're going to pick what we do next. And we're on the last Jinguji mystery, on the last one. I think we'll play it for a little bit, and then we'll... No, we won't. We'll play it, we'll beat it next week. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think one of the best things to listen to is the novel stuff. Naval, whatever you call his name. Alright, I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
You know who Akira the Dawn is?
Of course, he's amazing.
Ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I could point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule. Don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts others and players in the network. You want to be ethical because it attracts others and players in the network.
What are you saying? Are we... What is Plan A, Dingus? What are you thinking? I don't get anything. Oh yeah, I wanted to read. I wanted to read.
For being ethical, eventually
I wanted to read.
you just to do deals
I wanted to read. I got a book. I have
you're
one.
The one who will validate and ensure the deals.
I have a book, guys. I have a book to read.
Stuff.
I don't know, bro. Is that not a good idea? I have a book. Economics in one lesson.
But it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have 2 threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies. So you force those people out of your network. And sometimes it's painful, like friends and family. But long term, you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network. And then they want to do business with you. And then they want to do business with you. And then they want to do business with you. And then they want to do business with you. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network.
What's up, Johnny? Listen, strange women lying and pawns distributing a sword. There's no basis for a system of government. In King Arthur?
Everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market.
That's a good point. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Like 10 minutes still.
People end up doing deals through
2 more songs after this, I think, and I'll be back.
Long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you. So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. That's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up is the principal agent problem. The principal agent problem. The principal agent problem. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. If you want it done, then go. If not, then send. If you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. The principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner or the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood, or might make them personally the most money. Agents have a way of hacking systems. The principal agent problem. The principal agent problem. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. If you could be working on incentives, Charlie Munger said, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. The good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money. They're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. The principal agent problem. The principal agent problem. The principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? If you are a principal, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. And a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. The principal agent problem. To the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just to say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Akira.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't risk everything. Because you could just lose everything. Don't risk everything. Avoid ruin. Don't risk everything. Because you could just don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand? Even when you have an edge, you can still lose. Let's say you have 51-49 edge. Every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge. You could just lose everything. And you don't get to come back to the average. Don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't risk everything. Because you could just lose everything. Don't risk everything. Avoid ruin. Don't risk everything. Because you could just lose everything. Ergodicity. What is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100
Last song and we're back, guys. Well, last song and we're
The easiest way
back.
to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people play Russian roulette once each. Each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead. 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire. Is going to end up worth 0. Don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't risk everything. Because you could just lose everything. Don't risk everything. Avoid ruin. Don't risk everything. Because you could just risk taking.
Oops, 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 oops. What's up, Nom? I clicked the button, actually I closed it. Okay, this is the scene, right? I changed the book. Where do I put the book? Here. And it looks like it's in here. Okay, today's book that we're going to start reading now is Economics in One Lesson, the shortest and surest way to understand basic economics by Henry Hazlitt. Economics in One Lesson. Okay. I should put the author too. I can't put the full subtitle in the ticker, I don't think. Henry Hazlitt. Henry Hazlitt. I don't know if you need to find someone to listen to real quick. Nice guy is teaching us how to read. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm gonna find some background music real quick. I like this one ambient guy, so I'm gonna check if there's something. Basic economics would fit. Yeah, let's see how this sounds. Skip in a little bit. I don't want too relaxing, man. I want kinda of this one. I want kinda a little hype. Interesting. Okay, I can use this. I can start on this. Economics in one lesson. Let's see. A preface to the new edition. The first edition of this book appeared in 1946. Oh, I should fix the title real quick. Basic Economics. I'll just call it that. Gaming I'll change to... Is there education? Is that a category? There it is. I'll put it over there. Oh, too loud. Music's way too loud. Economics in one lesson. Evaluation of the thing is done by people who want the thing. Yeah, that'd be subjective. The subjective theory of value. Sure. But there's still a million more parts of economics that you didn't cover in that, no? You know? I kind of like, I think I like... What's his name? Not Milton Friedman. What's the other guy? Thomas Sowell. He says economics is the distribution of scarce resources. How to determine the best distribution of scarce resources. I think that's pretty good too. Because like, I mean, that covers what it is pretty well. But you know, well, this has vocals. Do the other one. Hold on. The one without vocals. There you go. Okay. The first edition of this book appeared in 1946. 8 translations are made of it, and there were numerous paperback editions. In a paperback of 1961, a new chapter was added on rent control, which had not been specifically considered in the first edition apart from government price fixing in general. A few statistics and illustrated references are brought up to date. Otherwise, no changes are made until now. The chief reason was that they were not thought necessary. My book was written to emphasize general economic principles and the penalties of ignoring them, not the harm done by any specific piece of legislation. While my illustrations were based mainly on American experience, the kind of government interventions I deplored had become so internationalized that I seemed to many foreign readers to be particularly describing the economic policies of their own countries. Nevertheless, the passage of 32 years now seems to me to call for extensive revision. In addition to bringing all illustrations and statistics up to date, I have written an entirely new chapter on rent control. The 1961 discussion now seems inadequate. And I've added a new final chapter, the lesson after 30 years, to show why that lesson is today more desperately needed than ever. Preface to the first edition. This book is an analysis of economic fallacies that are at last so prevalent that they have almost become a new orthodoxy. The one thing that's prevented this has been their own self-contradictions, which have scattered those who accept the same premises into 100 different schools, for the simple reason that it is impossible in matters touching practical life to be consistently wrong. But the difference between one new school and another is merely that one group wakes up earlier than another to the absurdities to which its false premises are driving it, and become at that moment inconsistent by either unwittingly abandoning its false premises, or accepting conclusions from them less disturbing or fantastic than those that logic would demand. Yeah. There's not a major government in the world at this moment now, but I do agree that incentives are, incentives in general are a big part of it too. There's not a major government in the world at this moment, however, whose economic policies are not influenced, if they are not almost wholly determined, by acceptance of these fallacies. Now, this is kind of a bummer, right? Because he talks about, lots of people talk about it, how we're basically operating without like understanding economics, and for some reason our public school system doesn't teach you. Isn't it fucked up? Why doesn't our public school system teach us economics? Perhaps the shortest and surest way to an understanding of economics is through a dissection of such errors, in particular the central error from which they stem. That is the assumption of this volume and of its somewhat ambitious and belligerent title. The volume is therefore primarily one of exposition. It makes no claim to originality with regard to any of the chief ideas that it expounds, Rather, its effort is to show that many of the ideas which now pass for brilliant innovations and advances are in fact mere revivals of ancient errors, and a further proof of the dictum that those who are ignorant of the past are condemned to repeat it. The present essay itself is, I suppose, unblushingly classical, traditional, and orthodox. At least these are the epithets with which whose sophisms are here subjected to analysis will no doubt attempt to dismiss it. Well, that's true. A lot of what's considered economics now is just sophistry. But the student whose aim is to attain as much truth as possible will not be frightened by such adjectives. He will not be forever seeking a revolution, a fresh start in economic thought. His mind will, of course, be as receptive to new ideas as to old ones. But he will be content to put aside merely restless or exhibitionist training for novelty and originality. As Morris R. Cohen has remarked, the notion that we can dismiss the views of all previous thinkers surely leaves no basis for the hope that our own work will prove of any value to others. That's a good point, right? If we say that there's like, if we always go like whatever the newest thing is legit and all the old stuff is too old to have value, then we're saying that our thoughts don't even won't even last beyond a generation, which is not true. So many good so many people that have thought of things have come before that was of value that it should make people second guess that whole mindset of like the newest thing is the most accurate, especially like in science, right? Like there's a whole field of soft science where it's all about, oh, that's old data, it's 20 years old or something, so it clearly can't be real, it can't be true anymore. Just like, okay, I guess. Chart goes out, yeah. Because this is a work of exposition, I have availed myself freely and without detailed acknowledgement, except for rare footnotes and quotations, of the ideas of others. Now, I've been saying, man, I really don't think IP is... I think IP is government control. And I was thinking about this even more when I was talking about... like self-educating yourself. Like lots of people are like, I don't have the money. Well, just pirate stuff, bro. Like pay money when you have the time, when you have the money. I don't believe in like having some moral reason not to make a copy of something when like you could better yourself. You should do it. And then pay people back when you have the means. Don't worry about it. But that's another way that IP keeps people down and keeps people stupid. It's like, okay, well, I want to educate myself. Okay, well, IP makes it so that it's very much harder to get books and lessons and all these things than if it didn't exist, right? They'd all be almost freely available. All IP does is lock up information and say who can produce it and who can't. This is inevitable when one writes in a field. Oh, yeah. The reason I brought it up was because he says he uses the ideas of others. Everybody does. The idea that you own an idea, I think, is hubris and arrogance. I no longer believe in it. Again, because ideas are not scarce resources, so it makes no sense to label them as property. Ideas are not scarce. So they can't be profit. They shouldn't have an economic system around them. They're not scarce, right? Anybody can have an idea. Anybody can make it. Copying something is not the same as stealing, flat out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see an argument for intellectual property anymore besides government control or corporate control of people. I don't see any reason for it anymore. This is inevitable when one writes in a field in which I just think it holds us back, bro. I think it holds all thinkers back. I think like our progress is held back by IP. I really think so. This is inevitable when one writes in a field in which many of the world's finest minds have labored, but my indebtedness to at least 3 writers is of so specific a nature that I cannot allow it to pass unmentioned. My greatest debt with respect to the kind of expository framework on which the present argument is hung is to Frederick Bastit's essay, Si quan vot et si quan ne vot pas? What? Pas? Now nearly a century old, the present work may in fact be regarded as a modernization, extension, and generalization of the approach found in Bastat's pamphlet. My second debt is to Philip Wickstead, in particular chapters on wages and the final summary chapter owe much to his common sense of political economy. My third debt is to Ludwig von Mises. Passing over everything that this elementary treatise may owe to his writings in general, my most specific debt is to his exposition of the manner in which the process of monetary inflation is spread. When analyzing fallacies, I have thought it still less advisable to mention particular names than in giving credit. To do so would have required special justice to each writer criticized with exact quotations, the count taking the particular emphasis he places on this point or that, the qualifications he makes, his personal ambiguities, inconsistencies, and so on. I hope, therefore, that no one will be too disappointed at the absence of such names as Karl Marx, Thorstein Veblen, Major Douglas, Lord Keynes, Professor Alvin Hansen, and others in these pages. The object of the book is not to expose the special errors of particular writers, but economic errors in their most frequent, widespread, or influential form. Fallacies, when they have reached the popular stage, become anonymous anyway. The subtleties or obscurities to be found in the authors most responsible for propagating them are washed off. A doctrine becomes simplified. The sophism that may have been buried in a network of qualifications, ambiguities, or mathematical equations stands clear. I hope I shall not be accused of injustice on the ground, therefore, that a fashionable doctrine in the form in which I have presented it is not precisely the doctrine as it has been formulated by Lord Keynes or some other special author. It is the beliefs which politically influential groups hold, which governments act upon, that we are interested in here, not the historical origins of those beliefs. I hope finally that I shall be forgiven for making such rare references to statistics in the following pages. If I try to present statistical confirmation referring to the effects of tariffs, price fixing, inflation, and the controls over such commodities as coal, rubber, and cotton, would have swollen this book much beyond the dimensions contemplated. As a working newspaper man, moreover, I am acutely aware of how quickly statistics become out of date and are superseded by later figures. Those who are interested in specific economic problems are advised to read current realistic discussions of them, with statistical documentation. They will not find it difficult to interpret the statistics correctly in the light of the basic principles they have learned. I've tried to write this book as simply and with as much freedom from technicalities as is consistent with reasonable accuracy, so they can be fully understood by a reader with no previous acquaintance with economics. While this book was composed as a unit, 3 chapters have already appeared as separate articles, and I wish to thank the New York Times, the American Scholar, and the New Leader for permission to reprint material originally published in their pages. I am grateful to Professor von Mises for reading the manuscript and for helpful suggestions. Responsibility for the opinions expressed is, of course, entirely my own. Part 1, the lesson. Marx didn't call him an economist, he called him a writer. Marx is no, I agree, none, but he didn't call him an economist, he called him a writer. Right? Communists would take their art for everyone to use, yeah? Part 1 of the lesson. Chapter 1 of the lesson. Economics is haunted by more fallacies than any other study known to man. This is no accident. The inherent difficulties of the subject would be great enough in any case, but they are multiplied 1,000-fold by a factor that is insignificant in, say, physics, mathematics, or medicine, the special pleading of self-interest. While every group has certain economic interests identical with those of all groups, every group has also, as we shall see, interests antagonistic to those of all other groups. I need more music. What this? Okay. Antagonistic to all other groups. While certain public policies would in the long run benefit everybody, other policies would benefit one group only at the expense of all other groups. The group that would benefit by such policies, having such direct interest in them, will argue for them plausibly and persistently. It will hire the best viable minds to devote their whole time to presenting its case. And will finally either convince the general public that its case is sound, or so befuddle it that clear thinking on the subject becomes next to impossible. In addition to these endless pleadings of self-interest, there is a second main factor that spawns new economic fallacies every day. This is the persistent tendency of men to see only the immediate effects of a given policy, or its effects only on a special group, and neglect to inquire what the long-run effects of that policy will be, not only on that special group, but on all groups. It is the fallacy of overlooking secondary consequences. In this lies the whole difference between good economics and bad. The bad economist sees only what immediately strikes the eye. The good economist also looks beyond. The bad economist sees only the direct consequences of a proposed course. The good economist looks also at the longer and indirect consequences. The bad economist sees only what the effect of a given policy has been or will be on one particular group. The good economist inquires also what the effect of the policy will be on all groups. The distinction may seem obvious. The precaution of looking for all the consequences of a given policy to everyone may seem elementary. Doesn't everybody know in his personal life that there are all sorts of indulgences, delightful at the moment but disastrous in the end? Doesn't every little boy know that if he eats enough candy he will get sick? Doesn't the fellow who gets drunk know that he will wake up next morning with a ghastly stomach and a horrible head? Doesn't the dipsomaniac know that he is ruining his liver and shortening his life? Doesn't the Don Juan know that he is letting himself in for every sort of risk from blackmail to disease? Finally, to bring it to the economic, though still personal realm, do not the idler and the spendthrift know, even in the midst of their glorious fling, that they are heading for a future of debt and poverty? Yet when we enter the field of public economics, these elementary truths are ignored. There are men regarded today as brilliant economists who depreciate saving and recommend squandering on a national scale as the way to economic salvation. You know who he means here, right? And when anyone points to what the consequences of these policies will be in the long run, they reply flippantly, as might the prodigal son as a warning father, in the long run, we are all dead. And such shallow wisecracks pass as devastating epigrams in the ripest wisdom. Keynesian economics is what he's referring to, right? With the printing money thing. But the tragedy is that, on the contrary, we are already suffering the long-run consequences of the policies of the remote or recent past. Today is already the tomorrow which the bad economists yesterday urged us to ignore. The long-run consequences of some economic policies may become evident in a few months. Others may not become evident for several years. Still others may not become evident for decades. But in every case, these long-run consequences are contained in the policy as surely as the hen was in the egg, the flower in the seed. From this aspect, therefore, the whole of economics can be reduced to a single lesson, and that lesson can be reduced to a single sentence. Okay, here we go. The art of economics consists in looking not merely at the immediate, but at the longer effects of any act or policy. It consists in tracing the consequences of that policy not merely for one group, but for all groups. 9/10 of the economic fallacies that are working such dreadful harm in the world today are the result of ignoring this lesson. Those fallacies all stem from one of two central fallacies, or both. That of looking only at the immediate consequences of an act or proposal, and that of looking at the consequences only for a particular group, to the neglect of other groups. It is true, of course, that the opposite error is possible. In considering a policy, we ought not to concentrate only on its long-run results to the community as a whole. This is the error often made by the classical economists. It resulted in a certain callousness towards the fate of groups that were immediately hurt by policies or developments which proved to be beneficial on net balance and in the long run. But comparatively few people today make this error, and those few consist mainly of professional economists. The most frequent fallacy by far today, the fallacy that emerges again and again in nearly every conversation that touches on economic affairs, the error of 1,000 political speeches, the central sophism of the new economics, is to concentrate on the short-run effects of policies on special groups and to ignore or belittle the long-run effects on the community as a whole. The new economists flatter themselves that this is a great, almost a revolutionary advance over the methods of the classical or orthodox economists, because the former take into consideration short-run effects which the latter often ignored. But in themselves ignoring or slighting the long-run effects, they are making the far more serious error. They overlook the woods in their precise and minute examination of particular trees. Their method and conclusions are often profoundly reactionary. They are sometimes surprised to find themselves in accord with the 17th century mercantilism. They fall, in fact, into all the ancient errors, or would if they were not so inconsistent, that the classical economists we had hoped had once and for all gotten rid of. It is often sadly remarked that the bad economists present their errors to the public better than the good economists present their truths. It is often complained that demagogues can be more plausible in putting forward economic nonsense from the platform than the honest men who try to show what is wrong with it. But the basic reason for this ought not to be mysterious. The reason is that the demagogues and bad economists are presenting half-truths. They are speaking only of the immediate effect of a proposed policy or its effects upon a single group. As far as they go, they may often be right. In these cases, the answers consist in showing that the proposed policy would also have longer and less desirable effects, or that could benefit one group only at the expense of all other groups. The answer consists in supplementing and correcting the half-truth with the other half. When you consider all the chief effects of a proposed course on everybody often requires a long, complicated, and dull chain of reasoning. Most of the audience find this chain of reasoning difficult to follow and soon becomes bored and inattentive. The bad economist rationalizes intellectual debility and laziness by assuring the audience that it need not even attempt to follow the reasoning or judge it on its merits, be it as in only classicism, laissez-faire, or capitalist apologetics, or whatever other term of abuse may happen to strike them as effective. We have stated the nature of the lesson and of the fallacies that stand in its way, in abstract terms, but the lesson will not be driven home, and the fallacies will continue to go unrecognized unless both are illustrated by example. Through these examples, we can move from the most elementary problems in economics to the most complex and difficult. Through them, we can learn to detect and avoid first the crudest and most palpable fallacies, and finally, some of the most sophisticated and elusive. To that task we shall now proceed. Part 2, the lesson applied. Chart goes up, bad economist. Right, if you're not looking at like what it means, what does that mean, right? What is the effects? Oh yeah, pause. What does that mean in effect? Like what does that policy actually result in? The chart goes up, yeah, but at what cost, right? That's the missing question that we need to ask before we can be sure. And now of course there's like chaos theory, right? There's like the fact that the issue with what is it? With consequentialism, right? With utilitarianism, with these kind of thoughts, that type of systems, is that you can't really be sure of everything the thing's going to do. You can just kind of try to make an educated guess. You don't really know. Nobody really knows. There's too much. There's too many pieces. There's too many confounding variables. There's too many complex systems. So at the end of the day, the best we got is a guess. Let us begin with the simplest illustration possible. Let us, emulating Bastide, choose a broken pane of glass. A young hoodlum, say, heaves a brick through the window of a baker's shop. The shopkeeper runs out, furious, but the boy is gone. A crowd gathers and begins to stare with quiet satisfaction at the gaping hole in the window and the shattered glass over the bread and pies. After a while, the crowd feels the need for philosophic reflection, and several of its members are almost certain to remind each other, or the baker, that, after all, the misfortune has its bright side. It will make business for some glazier. As they begin to think this, they elaborate upon it. How much does a new plate glass window cost? $250? That'll be quite a sum, after all. If windows were never broken, what would happen to the glass business? Then, of course, the thing is endless. The glazier will have $250 more to spend with other merchants, and these in turn will have $250 more to spend with still other merchants, and so ad infinitum. The smashed window will go on providing money and employment in ever-widening circles. The logical conclusion from all this would be, if the crowd drew it, that the little hoodlum who threw the brick, far from being a public menace, was a public benefactor. Now let's take another look. The crowd is at least right in its first conclusion. This little act of vandalism will, in the first instance, mean more business for some glazier. The glazier will be no more unhappy to learn of the incident than an undertaker to learn of a death. but the shopkeeper will be out 250 that he was planning to spend for a new suit. Because he has had to replace a window, you have to go without the suit, or some equivalent need or luxury. Instead of having a window and 250, now is merely a window. Or, as he was planning to buy the suit that very afternoon, instead of having both a window and a suit, he must be content with a window and no suit. If we think of it as part of the community has lost a new suit that might otherwise have come into being, and is just that much poorer. Yeah, I guess you can look at it both ways, huh? In effect, the damage done does hurt the community, not help it, right? Even though at one way you can look at it and go, okay, yeah, there's jobs from the glazer, from the glass guy, glazier, but in net, all that was done by the damage was loss of property, right? And it's just like you have to look far enough out to see that. But in the short term, you can make the case that it was actually good. But then when you actually look further out, loss of damage, loss of property is just that. It just, it is that. It is a loss. The glazer's gain of business, in short, is merely the tailor's loss of business. No new employment has been added. The people in the crowd were thinking only of two parties to the transaction, the baker and the glazer. They had forgotten the potential third party involved, the tailor. They forgot him precisely because he will not now enter the scene. They will see the new window in the next day or two. They will never see the extra suit, precisely because it will never be made. They see only what is immediately visible to the eye. Now that's interesting, huh? That's something to think about. The job was going to be there either way, right? The $250 was going to be spent somewhere either way. He was going to buy a new suit. That tailor now doesn't get the work because of the damage done by the kid with the rock. Interesting. Chapter 3, the blessings of destruction. So we have finished with the broken window and elementary fallacy. Anybody, one would think, would be able to avoid it after a few moments' thought. Yet, the broken window fallacy, under 100 disguises, is the most persistent in the history of economics. It is more rampant now than at any time in the past. It is solemnly reaffirmed every day by great captains of industry, by chambers of commerce, by labor union leaders, by editorial writers and newspaper columnists, and radio and television commentators, by learned statisticians using the most refined techniques, by professors of economics in our best universities. What's up, Radbound? In their various ways, they all dilate upon the advantages of destruction. That's true, they do, right? This is kind of similar to the AI thing about... It's true about AI and jobs too, isn't it? It's like the same argument I make about the fact that if you zoom out enough, AI could be creating markets, it could be creating jobs, right? But then people still make the case because they're only looking at two things. They're looking at the artist and they're looking at me, and they're saying, oh yeah, you could have paid an artist money, you're ripping off that artist is out of work, right? They're doing the same problem. They're doing the broken glass problem. The people that have an issue with AI art and things, they're doing the broken glass fallacy, right? They're not looking further out at the possible gain to the market and to production and more generally. They're not looking further enough out. Dilate on the destruction. Yeah, they focus on the destruction. Dilate with one L. With one L. Like they focus on and make it bigger, right? Something like this. Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's another definition to explain that to you easily. To become expanded in extent, also to display or become affected by expansion, or to comment at length. Comment at length, dilate means. That's what that definition means. To comment at length. Though some of them would disdain to say that they're net... SH, you're not going to like this, bro. This is actual economics. You have communist programming. You're not going to like this. It's going to freak you out. You're definitely not going to like this. This is actual, like, you know, thinking stuff, not communist religion. Let me taste your water. This is gonna set you off very much. Because I already know you believe in some bullshit. Like, matter of factly, I already know that. Though some of them would disdain to say that there are net benefits in small acts of destruction, they see almost endless benefits in enormous acts of destruction. They tell us how much better off economically we all are in war than in peace. They see miracles of production, which it requires a war to achieve. And they see a world made prosperous by enormous accumulated or backed up demand. In Europe after World War II, they joyously counted the houses, the whole cities that had been leveled to the ground and that had to be replaced. In America, they counted the houses that could not be built during the war, the nylon stockings that could not be supplied, the worn-out automobiles and tires, the obsolescent radios and refrigerators. They brought together formidable totals. It was merely our old friend, the broken window fallacy, in new clothing and grown fat beyond recognition. This time it was supported by a whole bundle of related fallacies that confuse need with demand. The more war destroys, the more it impoverishes, the greater is the post-war need, indubitably. But need is not demand. Effective economic demand requires not merely need, but corresponding purchasing power. The needs of India today are incomparably greater than the needs of America, but its purchasing power and therefore the new business that it can stimulate are incomparably smaller. We get past this point, there's a chance for another fallacy, and the broken windowites usually grab it. They think of purchasing power merely in terms of money. Now, money can be run off by the printing press. As this is being written, in fact, printing money is the world's biggest industry. The product is measured in monetary terms. If the product is measured in monetary terms. But the more money is turned out in this way, the more the value of any given unit of money falls. Right, that's inflation. This falling value can be measured in rising prices of commodities. But as... Oh, music's done. How about... I got an idea. How about... the Deus Ex soundtrack, I think. That's pretty good. Actually, like communist, bro. SH, you are dumb, bro. You're like a retarded person. I don't know who you are. I don't even know how to talk to you, bro. I just know you're retarded. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know how retarded you are, right? Like, I just know from talking with you a couple times you have retarded programming and your brain doesn't work. Do you understand? I'm sure you don't. You don't understand anything. Like, your brain doesn't work. It's really frustrating to deal with you. But as most people are so firmly in the habit of thinking of their wealth and income in terms of money, they consider themselves better off as these monetary totals rise, in spite of the fact that in terms of things they may have less and buy less. Most of the good economic results, which people at the time attributed to World War II, were really owing to wartime inflation. They could have been and were produced just as well by an equivalent peacetime inflation. We shall come back to this money illusion later. Now, there's a half-truth in the backed-up demand fallacy, just as there was in a broken window fallacy. The broken window did make more business for the glazier. The destruction of war did make more business for the producers of certain things. The destruction of houses and cities did make more business for the building and construction industries. The inability to produce automobiles, radios, and refrigerators during the war did bring about a cumulative post-war demand for those particular products. To most people, this seemed like an increase in total demand, as it partly was in terms of dollars of lower purchasing power. But what mainly took place was a diversion of demand to those particular products from others. The people of Europe built more new houses than otherwise because they had to. But when they built more houses, they had just that much less manpower and productive capacity left over for everything else. When they bought houses, they had just that much less purchasing power for something else. Wherever business was increased in one direction, or was accepted insofar as productive emergencies were stimulated by a sense of want and urgency, correspondingly reduced in another. You don't know? Yeah, I do. You're retarded, bro. You're dumb as shit. Like, why do you think you didn't know what dilate was, right? You don't know words, bro. You can't read. You're retarded. I don't know what you want. You're gonna ask stupid fucking question after stupid fucking question I'm sorry, this topic is above your level, bro. You're not going to be able to follow it. The war, in short, changed the post-war direction of effort. It changed the balance of industries. It changed the structure of industry. Since World War II ended in Europe, there's been rapid and even spectacular economic growth, both in countries that were ravaged by war and those that were not. Some of the countries in which there was the greatest destruction, such as Germany, have advanced more rapidly than others, such as France, in which there was much less. In part, this was because West Germany followed sounder economic policies. In part, it was because the desperate need to get back to normal housing and other living conditions simulated increased efforts. But this does not mean that property destruction is an advantage to the person whose property has been destroyed. No man burns down his house on the theory that the need to rebuild it will simulate his energies. After a war, there is normally a stimulation of energies for a time. At the beginning of the famous third chapter of his History of England, Macaulay pointed out that no ordinary misfortune, no ordinary misgovernment will do so much to make a nation wretched as the constant progress of physical knowledge and the constant effort of every man to better himself will do to make a nation prosperous. It has often been found that profuse expenditure, heavy taxation, absurd commercial restriction, corrupt tribunals, disastrous wars, seditions, persecutions, conflagrations, inundations have not been able to destroy capital so fast as the exertion of private citizens have been able to create it. No man would want to have his own property destroyed, either in war or in peace. What is harmful or disastrous to an individual must be equally harmful or disastrous to the collection of individuals that make up a nation. Many of the most frequent fallacies in economic reasoning come from the propensity, especially marked today, to think in terms of an abstraction, the collectivity, the nation, and to forget or ignore the individuals who make it up and give it meaning. No one could think that the destruction of war was an economic advantage who began by thinking first of all the people whose property was destroyed. Now I've noticed that a lot, right? People make all these constructions like the people, the masses, everyone's retarded, everyone's stupid, and it causes all kinds of mental fallacies. Like, people make all these mistakes based on their reasoning, and it comes down to that a lot of the time. Thinking of a nation, a country, for the greater good, for the people, instead of actually thinking of the real things, which is the individuals that make up that thing. And that's much more complicated. That's much harder to do. Another choice of Deus Ex music while reading this? Yeah? Yeah. Nice. Those who think the destruction of war increases total demand forget that demand and supply are merely two sides of the same coin. They are the same thing, looked at from different directions. Supply creates demand because at bottom it is demand. The supply of the thing they make is all that people have, in fact, to offer in exchange for the things they want. In this sense, the farmer's supply of wheat constitutes their demand for automobiles and other goods. All this is inherent in the modern division of labor and in an exchange economy. This fundamental fact, it is true, is obscured for most people, including some reputedly brilliant economists, through such complications as wage payments and the indirect forms in which virtually all modern exchanges are made through the medium of money. John Stuart Mill and other classical writers, though they sometimes fail to take sufficient account of the complex consequences resulting from the use of money, at least saw through the monetary veil to the underlying realities. To that extent, they were in advance of many of their present-day critics who are befuddled by money rather than instructed by it. Mere inflation, that is, the mere issuance of more money, with the consequences of higher wages and prices, may look like the creation of more demand, but in terms of the actual production and exchange of real things, it is not. It should be on, bro, it says on the screen. Can you not read? I'm telling you, you can't fucking read. Didn't I just say that, SH? Didn't I not just say you can't read 2 seconds ago? Am I wrong? Read. It's on the screen. It goes by every time. Jesus Christ. It should be obvious that real buying power is wiped out. I told you I'm gonna ask stupid question after stupid question, didn't I? You're wasting my time already. I knew it. I knew when the slow bus showed up. It should be obvious that the real buying power is wiped out to the same extent as productive power is wiped out. We should not let ourselves be deceived or confused on this point by the effects of monetary inflation and raising prices or national income in monetary terms. Are we there already? It is sometimes said that the Germans or the Japanese had a post-war advantage over the Americans because their old plants, having been destroyed completely by bombs during the war, they could replace them with the most modern plants and equipment and thus produce more efficiently and at lower cost than the Americans with their older and half-obsolete plants and equipment. But if this were really a clear net advantage, Americans could easily offset it by immediately wrecking their old plants, junking all the old equipment. In fact, all manufacturers in all countries could scrap all their old plants and equipment every year and erect new plants and install new equipment. The simple truth is that there is an optimum rate of replacement, a best time for replacement. It would be an advantage for a manufacturer to have his factory and equipment destroyed by bombs only the time it arrived when, through deterioration and obsolescence, his plant and equipment had already acquired a null or negative value, and the bombs fell just when he should have called in a wrecking crew or ordered new equipment. Anyway, it is true that previous depreciation and obsolescence, if not adequately reflected in his books, may make the destruction of his property less of a disaster on net balance than it seems. It is also true that the existence of new plants and equipment speeds up the obsolescence of older plants and equipment. If the owners of the older plant and equipment try to keep using it longer than the period for which it would maximize their profit, then the manufacturers whose plants and equipment were destroyed, if we assume that they have both the will and the capital to replace them with new plants and equipment, will reap a comparative advantage, or to speak more accurately, will reduce their comparative loss. We are brought in brief to the conclusion that it is never an advantage to have one's plants destroyed by shells or bombs, unless those plants have already become valueless or acquired a negative value by depreciation and obsolescence. In all this discussion, moreover, we have so far omitted a central consideration. Plants and equipment cannot be replaced by an individual or a socialist government unless he or it has acquired or can acquire the savings, the capital, the accumulation to make the replacement. But war destroys accumulated capital. There may be, it is true, offsetting factors. Technological discoveries and advances during a war may, for example, increase individual and national productivity at this point or that, and there may eventually be a net increase in overall productivity. Post-war demand will never reproduce the precise pattern of pre-war demand, but such complications should not divert us from recognizing the basic truth that the wanton destruction of anything of real value is always a net loss, a misfortune, or a disaster, and whatever the offsetting considerations in a particular instance can never be, on net balance, a boon or a blessing. Alright, Chapter 4. Public works means taxes. Public works mean taxes. Slow bus to public school? Yeah, I know. Hold on a sec. This is supposed to do a effect. I don't know why it's not. Oh, because I'm not in the right one. Hold on. Did this one? Yeah, I'm supposed to be in this one, that's why. Right? Okay. Fuck, I forgot. Okay. So play this. Everything works again now. Sorry. Chapter 4. Public works mean taxes. There is no more persistent and influential faith in the world today than faith in government spending. Everywhere government spending is presented as a panacea for all our economic ills. Is private industry partially stagnant? We can fix it all by government spending. Is there unemployment? It is obviously due to insufficient private purchasing power. The remedy is just as obvious. All that is necessary is for the government to spend enough to make up for the deficiency. Enormous literature is based on this fallacy. And so often happens with doctrines of this sort, is become part of an intricate network of fallacies that mutually support each other. We cannot explore that whole network at this point. We shall return to other branches of it later. But we can examine here the mother fallacy that has given birth to this progeny, the main stem of the network. Everything we get outside of the free gifts of nature must in some way be paid for. The world is full of so-called economists who in turn are full of schemes for getting something for nothing. Now that would be alchemy. That would be transmutation. You can't get something from nothing. We know it in all our other sciences, right? Like, we know that nothing comes from nothing. You need something to produce something else. Energy, right? Energy is required to produce something, right? For momentum, you need energy. For anything, you need something else. And yet, this is true. A lot of economists think we can just have the government take care of everything like it's a magic panacea, and there's no, it just will appear. You'll just have everything you need with no understanding of like, that doesn't work, bro. You need people making things. You can't get things without making things. Like you need to actually make the things to get the things. So if we don't have a system for incentivizing making the things, which communism or socialism doesn't have, then how do we get the things, right? It's a very simple thing, but like usually nobody has the answer for it, right? They just go, you don't understand. You don't understand. First we need the dictatorship of the proletariat. You don't understand the dialectic. You don't understand. They say so much shit they say you don't understand, when what they're really doing is they have like, what they're really doing is trying to get you to shut up and try to get free shit from the government. That's what they're actually doing. They tell us that the government can spend and spend without taxing at all, that it can continue to pile up debt without ever paying it off because we owe it to ourselves. We shall return to such extraordinary doctrines at a later point. Here I'm afraid that we shall have to be dogmatic and point out that such pleasant dreams in the past have always been shattered by national insolvency or runaway inflation. Here we shall have to say simply that all government expenditures must eventually be paid out of the proceeds of taxation. That inflation itself is merely a form, and a particular vicious form, of taxation. Having put aside for later consideration the network of fallacies addressed on chronic government borrowing and inflation, we shall take it for granted throughout the present chapter that either immediately or ultimately every dollar of government spending must be raised through a dollar of taxation. Once we look at the matter in this way, the supposed miracles of government spending will appear in another light. A certain amount of public spending is necessary to form essential government functions. A certain amount of public works, of streets and roads and bridges and tunnels, of armories and navy yards, of buildings to house legislatures, police, and fire departments is necessary to supply essential public services. With such public works necessary for their own sake, and defended on that ground alone, I am not here concerned. I am here concerned with public works considered as a means of providing employment, or of adding wealth to the community that would not otherwise have had. A bridge is built. If it is built to meet an insistent public demand, if it solves a traffic problem or transportation problem otherwise insoluble, if in short, it is even more necessary to taxpayers collectively than the things for which they would have individually spent their money if it had not been taxed away from them, there can be no objection. But a bridge built primarily to provide employment is a different kind of bridge. When providing employment becomes the end, need becomes a subordinate consideration. Projects have to be invented. Instead of thinking of only where bridges must be built, the government spenders begin to ask themselves if bridges can be built. Can they think of a plausible reason why an additional bridge should connect Easton and Weston? It soon becomes absolutely essential. Those who doubt the necessity are dismissed as obstructionists and reactionaries. Two arguments are put forward for the bridge, one of which is mainly heard before it is built, the other which is mainly heard after it has been completed. The first argument is that it will provide employment. It will provide, say, 500 jobs for a year. The implication is that these are jobs that would not otherwise have come into existence. This is what is immediately seen, but if we trained ourselves to look beyond immediate to secondary consequences and beyond those who are directly benefited by a government project to others who are indirectly affected, a different picture presents itself. It is true that a particular group of bridge workers may receive more employment than otherwise, but the bridge has to be paid for out of taxes. For every dollar that is spent on the bridge, a dollar will be taken away from taxpayers. If the bridge costs $10 million, the taxpayers will lose $10 million. They will have that much taken away from them, which they would otherwise have spent on the things they needed most. Therefore, for every public job created by the bridge project, a private job has been destroyed somewhere else. We can see the men employed on the bridge. We can watch them at work. The employment argument of the government spenders becomes vivid and probably for most people convincing. But there are other things that we do not see because, alas, they have never been permitted to come into existence. They are the jobs destroyed by the 10 million taken from the taxpayers. All that has happened at best is that there has been a diversion of jobs because of the project. More bridge builders, fewer automobile workers, television technicians, clothing workers, farmers. But then we come to the second argument. The bridge exists. It is, let us suppose, a beautiful and not an ugly bridge. It has come into being through the magic of government spending. Where would it have been if the obstructionists and reactionaries had their way? There would have been no bridge. The country would have been just that much poorer. Dialectic? Yeah, I said that to make you respond to it because you're retarded. What, Perry rated me? Oh, thank you. Welcome. I'm reading a book. I'm reading Economics in One Lesson by it says on the screen on Henry Hazlitt. Henry Hazlitt. I want my government to only build anti-racist pro-trans bridges. We're currently in chapter. Perry hosting me? It's awesome. Thank you, man. Hope your stream went well. But then we come to the set. Where was I? Here again, the government spenders have the better of the argument with all those who cannot see beyond the immediate range of their physical eyes. They can see the bridge, but if they have taught themselves to look for indirect as well as direct consequences, they can once more see in the eye of imagination the possibilities that have never been allowed to come into existence. They can see the unbuilt homes, the unmade cars and washing machines, the unmade dresses and coats, perhaps the ungrown and unsold foodstuffs. To see those uncreated things requires a kind of imagination that not many people have. We can think of these non-existent objects perhaps, but we cannot keep them before our minds as we can the bridge that we pass every working day. What has happened is merely that one thing has been created instead of others. And people love when you read books. They do, yeah, they do love that. What is your problem, mister? People do love that. SH, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, yeah, they do. Okay, jerk. And cast, they do love that. They do love reading books, mister. Okay, they do love that. All right, they do love that. They do. The same reasoning applies, of course, to every other form of public work. It applies just as well, for example, to the erection with public funds of housing for people of low incomes. Oh, I didn't read that sentence right. It applies just as well, for example, to the erection with public funds of housing for people of low incomes. All that happens is that money is taken away through taxes from families of higher income, and perhaps a little from families of even lower income, to force them to subsidize these selected families with low incomes, and enable them to live in a better housing for the same rent or for lower rent than previously. I do not intend to enter here into all the pros and cons of public housing. I am concerned only to point out the error in two of the arguments most frequently put forward in favor of public housing. One is the argument that it creates employment, the other that it creates wealth which would not otherwise have been produced. Both of these arguments are false, because they overlook what is lost through taxation. Taxation for public housing destroys as many jobs in other lines as it creates in housing. It also results in unbuilt private homes, and unmade washing machines and refrigerators, and a lack of innumerable other commodities and services. And none of this is answered by the sort of reply which points out, for example, that public housing does not have to be financed by a lump sum capital appropriation, but merely by annual rent subsidies. This simply means that the cost of the taxpayer is spread over many years instead of being concentrated into one. Such technicalities are irrelevant to the main point. Again, YouTube, you're here in the chat, bro. You're here in the chat. You're here in the chat. How can you complain? You have nothing else more entertaining to do, or you'd be there, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to be like, okay, I'm watching this thing, I'm here, you have nothing better to do, right? Don't act like you have better things to do, you'd be doing it. So stop pretending like, oh, I could be doing something cooler. No, you couldn't. You have nothing to do. You have nothing cool to do at all. That's why you're here, right? Because like, I don't even like you, bro, and you're still here rambling away. You can't even follow the book and you're still here. Why? Because you have nothing better to do. Am I wrong? The great psychological advantage of the public housing advocates is that men are seen at work on the houses when they are going up, and the houses are seen when they are finished. People live in them and proudly show their friends through the rooms. The jobs destroyed by the taxes for the housing are not seen, nor the goods and services that were never made. It takes a concentrated effort of thought and a new effort each time the houses and the happy people in them are seen, to think of the wealth that was not created instead. I read that sentence wrong again. The houses, it takes a concentrated effort of thought and a new effort each time the houses and the happy people in them are seen to think of the wealth that was not created instead. Right? You'd have to actually try to visualize it and conceptualize it. Whereas if you're just looking at the houses, the housing project, you go, okay, well, those are built, those are jobs. But then the other argument is, right, if those houses weren't built and that tax money would have stayed with people and then, right, and then they would have spent it on something else or whatever. Like, you can, no matter what, something has to come from something. Nothing comes from nothing. There's no such thing as alchemy. There's no such thing as the Philosopher's Stone, unfortunately. I've tried to make one. But despite that, you still got to figure out a way to make it work, right? You still got to make a way to work. And so you don't just make stuff up like the state does. You have to actually figure out a way to, like subjective value. You have to allow for the market to work. Market handles it pretty well. What else handles it pretty well? The distribution of jobs and resources is handled pretty well by the market if we don't mess around. If we do mess around with it, then it messes everything up. It messes all of it up. Messes all of it up. It takes a, let's see. Is it surprising that the champions of public housing should dismiss this? If it is brought to their attention as a world of imagination, as the objections of pure theory while they point to the public housing that exists. As a character in Bernard Shaw, St. Joan replies when told of the theory of Pythagoras, that the earth is round and revolves, is that how you say that? Pythagoras? That the earth is round and revolves around the sun. Pythagoras? I swear I've heard it before, and that's not how you say it. Pythagoras? That the earth is round and revolves around the sun. What an utter fool! Couldn't he use his eyes? I have lots of cool things to do. I like blank, but you don't have jack shit to do. You're wasting my time every time I listen to you. Yes, ebooks are popular. Pythagorean. Close. It's like this. I'll type in the chat one. Pythagoras. Okay. We must apply the same reasoning once more to great projects like Tennessee Valley Authority. Here, because of the sheer size, the danger of optical illusion is greater than ever. Here's a mighty dam, a stupendous arc of steel and concrete, greater than anything that private capital could have built. The fetish of photographers, the heaven of socialists, the most often used symbol of the miracles of public construction, ownership, and operation. Here are mighty generators and powerhouses. Here is a whole region, it is said, lifted to a higher economic level, attracting factories and industries that could not otherwise have existed, and it is all presented in the panegyrics of its partisans as a net economic gain without offsets. We need to go here into the merits of the TVA or public projects like it. But this time we need a special effort of the imagination, which few people seem able to make, to look at the debt side of the ledger. If taxes are taken, go back to the book. If taxes are taken from individuals and corporations and spent in one particular section of the country, why should it cause surprise? Why should it be regarded as a miracle if that section becomes comparatively richer? Other sections of the country, we should remember, are then comparatively poorer. The thing so great that private capital could not have built it has in fact been built by private capital. The capital that was expropriated in taxes. Or if the money was borrowed, that eventually must be expropriated in taxes. Again, we must make an effort of the imagination to see the private power plants, the private homes, the typewriters, and television sets that were never allowed to come into existence because of the money that was taken from people all over the country to build the photogenic Norris Dam. I have deliberately chosen the most favorable examples of public spending schemes, that is, those that are most frequently and fervently urged by the government spenders and most highly regarded by the public. I've not spoken of the hundreds of boondoggling projects that are invariably embarked upon the moment the main object is to give jobs and to put people to work, for then the usefulness of the project itself, as we have seen, inevitably becomes a subordinate consideration. Moreover, the more wasteful the work, the more costly in manpower, the better it becomes for the purpose of providing more employment. Under such circumstances, it is highly improbable that the project thought up by the bureaucrats will provide the same net addition to wealth and welfare per dollar expended as would be provided by the taxpayers themselves, if they had been individually permitted to buy or have made what they themselves wanted instead of being forced to surrender part of their earnings to the state. No, bro, is that the only thing you know, SH? No, it's not like the... No, 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 no. Like, these fucking people from, like, they come out with such a factory setting, and that's all they know. The same fucking shit, they all say the same things. Oh, I've only heard that a million times and you spelled it wrong, you know what I mean? Like... You can't even spell it right, and you're like putting the math in the thing when you can't even spell the fucking word right, even though it's spelled right in front of you by Dingus, right? Why did you spell it wrong? What is wrong with you, man? You can't even fucking spell the word, bro. Alright. Ridiculous. What? Ridiculous, 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 ridiculous. If you spelled the name right, yeah, maybe it'd be like that. But you can't spell one word. You can't get one word right, SH. Jesus Christ. He's so dumb. It's crazy. He's so dumb. It's crazy. He's so dumb. It's crazy. And again, there's so like every fucking motherfucker out of college talks about the Pythagorean, whatever the stupid thing is. And guess what? You all sound exactly the same, bro. You can't even spell the word. Oh, I can say it, but I can't spell because I don't know how to read. Duh. Yeah, the people that can't say it, read. People that can say it but can't spell it, don't read. I know you don't read. You've never even read a book, have you? If there isn't a teacher in the front of the class to read you a book, you would never have read a book. Am I wrong? You can't say it, bro? Pythagorean. It doesn't matter. The point is, you can't read it, right? You didn't know how to spell it. You never read it in a book. Is saying it more important? Is reading it more important? Now, we both know the truth, right? You can pretend and try to socially posture for a little pathetic little bit of your ego to get back, like, to regain some little bit of self-esteem for yourself. You can try and go, oh, you can't say it right. You can keep trying that, right? And I'm letting you do that on purpose to show how petty you are, and you don't get that. But the truth is, you don't even know how to read, right? You don't read books, right? We both know you never read a book. You don't read any books. You don't learn shit ever. If it wasn't read to you in your class, you've never read it, right? Am I wrong? When you do algebra, you can't read, man. I don't believe that. You can't read. You don't know how to spell words. It's like the third word you haven't known in the book, right? You dilate, you spelled that wrong. You didn't know what the fuck it meant. You thought it was like had to do with like trans surgery or something, right? That's why you brought up dilate. You thought it had to do with trans surgery. Am I wrong, SH? You said dilate in the chat because you thought it had to do with trans surgery. You didn't know the other definition of the fucking word, right? You know, Ritsuga, I know. You never came in contact with that word besides trans surgery, am I wrong? That's the only way you know the word dilate from? Trans surgery. Chapter 5, Taxes Discourage Production. There is a still further factor which makes it improbable that the wealth created by government spending will fully compensate for the wealth destroyed by the taxes imposed to pay for that spending. There's not a simple question, as so often supposed, of taking something out of the nation's right-hand pocket to put into its left-hand pocket. The government spenders tell us, for example, that if the national income is 1,500 billion, then federal taxes of 360 billion a year would mean that only 24% of the national income is being transferred from private purposes to public purposes. This is a talk as if the country were the same sort of unit of pooled resources as a huge corporation, and as if all that were involved were a mere bookkeeping transaction. The government spenders forget that they are taking the money from A in order to pay it to B, or rather, they know this very well. But while they dilate upon... Oh, you don't know what? You're confused again? Oh no, what did I just mean now? Huh? SH, can you follow still? I just said dilate again. Can you follow, or are you confused? surgery again? But while they dilate upon all the benefits of the process to be, and all the wonderful things he will have, which he would not have had if the money had not been transferred to him, they forget the effects of the transactions on A. B is seen, A is forgotten. In our modern world, there is never the same percentage of income tax levied on everybody. The great burden of income taxes is imposed on a minor percentage of the nation's income, and these income taxes have to be supplemented by taxes of other kinds. These taxes inevitably affect the actions and incentives of those from whom they are taken. When a corporation loses 100 cents of every dollar it loses, and is permitted to keep only 52 cents of every dollar it gains, when it cannot adequately offset its years of losses against its years of gains, its policies are affected. It does not expand its operations, or it expands only those attended with a minimum of risk. People that recognize this situation are deterred from starting new enterprises. Thus, old employers do not give more employment, or not as much more as they might have, and will decide not to become employers at all. Improved machinery and better equipped factories come into existence much more slowly than they otherwise would. The result in the long run is that consumers are prevented from getting better and cheaper products. One sec, I lost where I was on that. Being forced to turn to part of the state was like getting cheap products to the extent that they otherwise would, and that real wages are held down compared with what they might have been. There's a similar effect when personal incomes are taxed 50, 60, or 70%. People begin to ask themselves why they should work 6, 8, or 9 months of the entire year for the government and only 6, 4, or 3 months for themselves and their families. If they lose the whole dollar when they lose, but can keep only a fraction of it when they win, they decide that it is foolish to take risks with their capital. In addition, the capital available for risk-taking itself shrinks enormously. It is being taxed away before it can be accumulated. In brief, capital to provide new private jobs is first prevented from coming into existence, and the part that does come into existence is then discouraged from starting new enterprises. The government spenders create the very problem of unemployment they profess to solve. I don't know Chinese, bro. I don't know what this is. Phonetics can be difficult with English because it's derived from various languages. Well, that wasn't, it's not English, right? He's Latin or something, no? What's the guy's name? Like, it's not in English. Right? I don't... So, like, saying that name is not anything about, English, right? Because some Greek philosopher, right? Has nothing to do with English. Sorry, I'm not picking on anything, but right, it has nothing to do with English. Guy's name is in, it's all Greek to me, bro. A certain amount of taxes is of course indispensable to carry on essential government functions. Reasonable taxes for this purpose need not hurt production much. The kind of government services then supplied in return, which among other things safeguard production itself, more than compensate for this. But the larger the percentage of the national income taken by taxes, the greater the deterrent to private production and employment. When the total tax burden grows beyond a bearable size, the problem of devising taxes that will not discourage and disrupt production becomes insoluble. Now, that seems to track pretty true to me. Seems to track pretty true to me, man. It seems like the more you tax people, the less they want to, like, take their money and help other people with it, right? Because they barely get enough as it is. And we're paying similar levels of tax now, huh? Was translated to English, but I get what you mean. Was Arabic or something was translated. Well, name can't really be I think we're digressing a bit on this. There's a like a breeding guide to it that's English, right? Which is like right, but it's, look, it's what is it? Transcribed? It's not transcribed. What's the one where like they make the sounds from the thing? Transliterated. It's transliterated to English, right? And to pretend like people like to even like fixate on the pronunciation is silly because we don't know how ancient Greek sounded and we're just guessing, right? It's silly in the first place. It's silly for a million reasons. Only the most dumb public school brained dumb cares about stuff like that. Because like, why would you care about that? Like, it doesn't make no sense, right? Unless you are very petty and small, and all you have is a barely functioning public school education, and you need to fight for every little thing you have, and you know you won't be able to impress people with other things because your brain doesn't work. Then you need to care about every pronunciation. Chapter 6. Credit diverts production. Government encouragement to business is sometimes as much to be feared as government hostility. This supposed discouragement often takes the form of a direct grant of government credit or guarantee of private loans, like student loans now, right? Like student loans. When he wrote this, though, that wasn't a thing, right? When he wrote this book, that wasn't a thing. There wasn't yet a guarantee of student loans that ended up, doing all the damage it did. Isn't that interesting? The question of government credit can often be complicated because it involves the possibility of inflation. We shall defer analysis of the effects of inflation of various kinds until a later chapter. Here, for the sake of simplicity, we shall assume that the credit we are discussing is non-inflationary. Inflation, as we shall later see, while it complicates the analysis, does not at bottom change the consequences of the policies discussed. A frequent proposal of this sort in Congress is farmer credit to farmers. In the eyes of most congressmen, the farmers simply cannot get enough credit. The credit supplied by private mortgage companies, insurance companies, or country banks is never adequate. Congress is always finding new gaps that are not filled by the existing leading institutions, no matter how many of these it has itself already brought into existence. The farmers may have enough long-term credit or enough short-term credit, but it turns out they have not enough intermediate credit, or the interest rate is too high, or the complaint is that private loans are made only to rich and well-established farmers, so new lending institutions and new types of farm loans are piled on top of each other by the legislature. The faith in all these policies, it will be found, springs from two acts of short-sightedness. One is to look at the matter only from the standpoint of the farmers that borrow. The other is to think only on the first half of the transaction. Now, all loans in the eyes of honest borrowers must eventually be repaid. All credit is debt. Proposals for an increased volume of credit, therefore, are merely another name for proposals for an increased burden of debt. They would seem considerably less inviting if they were habitually referred to by the second name instead of by the first. We need not discuss here the normal loans that are made to farmers through private sources. They consist of mortgages, of installment credits for the purchase of automobiles, refrigerators, TV sets, tractors, and other farm machinery, and of bank loans made to carry the farmer along until he is able to harvest and market his crop and get paid for it. Here we need concern ourselves only with loans to farmers, either made directly by some government bureau or guaranteed by it. Again, private student loans. The student loans are backed by the government. These loans are of two main types. One is a loan to enable the farmers to hold his crop off the market. This is an especially harmful type, but it will be more convenient to consider it later when we come to the question of government commodity controls. The other is a loan to provide capital, often to set the farmer up in a business by enabling him to buy the farm itself, or a mule or tractor, or all three. At first glance, the case for this type of loan may seem a strong one. Here is a poor family, you'll be said, with no means of livelihood. It is cruel and wasteful to put them on relief. Buy a farm for them, set them up in business, make productive and self-respecting citizens of them. Let them add to the total national product and pay the loan off out of what they produce. Or, here's a farmer struggling along with primitive methods of production because he has not the capital to buy himself a tractor. Lend him the money for one. Let him increase his productivity. He can repay the loan out of the proceeds of his increased crops. In that way, you not only enrich him and put him on his feet, you enrich the whole community by that much added output. And the loan, concludes the argument, costs the government and the taxpayers less than nothing because it is self-liquidating. Now, as a matter of fact, that is what happens every day under the institution of private credit. If a man wishes to buy a farm and has, let us say, only half or a third as much money as the farm costs, a neighbor or a savings bank will lend him the rest in the form of a mortgage on the farm. Sorry, I bumped that. If he wishes to buy a tractor, the tractor company itself or a finance company will allow him to buy it for 1/3 of the purchase price, with the rest to be paid off in installments out of earnings that the tractor itself will provide. But there is a decisive difference between the loan supplied by private lenders and the loan supplied by a government agency. Each private lender risks his own funds. A banker, it is true, risks the funds of others that have been entrusted to him, but if money is lost, he must either make good out of his own funds or be forced out of business. When people risk their own funds, they are usually careful in their investigations to determine the adequacy of the assets pledged and the business acumen and honesty of the borrower. Right. So that's like Milton Friedman always says, right? Nobody will spend your money better than you spend it yourself. I need to set forth. Who cares, bro? Nothing was gained by you being here. If anything, your existence is a waste of other people's time, and I wish that you figure out a way to make that not so. So, don't have a good day. Figure out how to provide some value to the world, and stop being a human leech that makes other people's days worse and makes other people stupider, if you can. That'd be nice. If the government operated by the same strict standards, there would be no good argument for its entering the field at all. Why do precisely what private agencies already do? But the government almost invariably operates by different standards. The whole argument for its entering the lending business, in fact, is that it will make loans to people who could not get them for private lenders. This is only another way of saying that the government lenders will take risks with other people's money, the taxpayers. The private lenders will not take with their own money. Sometimes, in fact, apologists will further acknowledge that the percentage of losses will be higher on these government loans than on private loans. And again, this is played out with student loans now. But they contend that this will be more than offset by the added production brought into existence by the borrowers who pay back, and even by most of the borrowers who do not pay that back. This argument will seem plausible only as long as we concentrate our attention on the particular borrowers whom the government supplies with funds, and overlook the people whom its plan deprives of funds. For what is really being lent is not money, which is merely the medium of exchange, but capital. I already put the reader on notice that we shall postpone to a later point the complications introduced by an inflationary expansion of capital. What is really being lent, say, is the farm or the tractor itself. Now, the number of farms in existence is limited, and so is the production of tractors, assuming especially that an economic surplus of tractors is not produced simply at the expense of other things. The farm or tractor that is lent to A cannot be lent to B. The real question is therefore whether A or B shall get the farm. This brings us to the respective merits of A and B, and what each contributes and is capable of contributing to production. A, let us say, is the man who would get the farm if the government did not intervene. The local banker or his neighbors know him and know his record. They want to find employment for their funds. They know that he is a good farmer and an honest man who keeps his word. They consider him a good risk. He has already, perhaps through industry, frugality, and foresight, accumulated enough cash to pay a fourth of the price of the farm. They lend him only 3/4, and he gets the farm. Now, see, is that not a good system of doing things? That, yes. Nice. There is a strange idea abroad, held by all monetary cranks, that credit is something a banker gives to a man. Credit, on the contrary, is something a man already has. He has it perhaps because he already has marketable assets of a greater cash value than the loan for which he is asking. See, that's interesting, right? The fact that you can, the fact that the little bit you have to buy in, right? You have to have like a fourth or a third of the loan. The fact that you would have to stop and save that up and work that up actually shows some character, right? It shows, it shows that little hurdle makes it so the people that have to do that are more likely to pay back their loans, right? So it's actually, Even though it's like, well, yeah, but what if I don't have that fourth of the price? Well, yeah, that sucks and it's rough, but if you have friends, if you have family, you can work to help them, right? And or neighbors, whatever, and you can earn like a loan from them somehow, right? Like lots of like talk to people, man. Like figure out a way to or to work or just to work for them to make some money or whatever the thing. There's ways to build up that, right? There's a way to build up that fourth you need, or to get somebody else to post it for you, like through trust in you and your moral character and through like other things you've done. Or he has it because his character and past records have earned it. Right. It makes sense. He brings it into the bank with him. That is why the banker makes him the loan. The banker is not giving something for nothing. He feels assured of repayment. He is merely exchanging a more liquid form of asset or credit for a less liquid form. Sometimes he makes a mistake, and then it is not only the banker who suffers, but the whole community, for values which were supposed to be produced by the lender are not produced and resources are wasted. So again, similarly, why the Cracky Reads Premium Simps key is such a good investment is because people trust me to stream there regularly, right? They've invested in me that way, and so they're fine investing in the Cracky Read stream on Sims.com, right? And we're doing great, and we're killing it there. We're over $20. We have an actual example of the market working that we've done on our own, right? And we can point to and say, look at that. Look, that works. That works, bro. It works. It works. Not just like words, not just like, oh, I feel like this is true. We have an actual example we've built ourselves. And everybody that's invested in it can feel like they're part of that because you are, right? So that's sick too, isn't it? Aren't all those things together good? It's just like building up trade with how trade builds relationships between countries and neighbors and things like that. Same way, investing in something like Cracky Reads again, premium on Sims.com with the referral code Cracky Reads can benefit you. Can benefit you right now if you want to, or not. It's fine. You can do it for free though, so it's a pretty safe thing to do, really. Hold on, what is the code? I gotta link my code now. After the pitch, I gotta link my code. After the pitch, I gotta link it. It's under referrals, I think. There we go. If you do use my referral code, I will make $20. You'll be given $30 of coins just for signing up. All you gotta do is attach a Twitch or an X account. What is Simps, you're wondering? It's a streaming site that requires keys to get in. So it's like it's direct publishing, basically. It's direct publishing. It's free market press. It's, I don't know. It's freedom radio. It's all kinds of things. It's the future, I think. Personally. Oh, you can also, did I update that scam card code? Is that legit? I don't know if I updated that accurately. No, it's invalid. Fuck, okay, sorry. Alright guys, I didn't mean to rip you off for that code. Let me fix it. Streamloots is our whatever cards, our redeems, our shared redeem thing. Timer, sorry, one sec. I did my shill. You can also of course, another safe way, if you don't like crypto or any of this other stuff I'm talking about, is Streamloots. You can just buy cards on there. And we have a set that's like redeems, like Twitch, but you use the cards, and they're not collectible. They're like a loot box, right? It's like loot box redeems. And I get 90% of the cut there, so it's basically like a donation. It's fine. It's a pretty good option. If you're a streamer, that's a pretty good option for a third-party way of being monetized. Consider it if you're a streamer. Okay, now it is to say to let us say, who has credit, that the banker would make his loan. But the government goes into the lending business in a charitable frame of mind because, as we say, it is worried about B. B cannot get a mortgage or other loans from private lenders because he does not have credit with them. He has no savings. He has no impressive record as a good farmer. Is perhaps at the moment on relief. Why not, say the advocates of government credit, make him a useful and productive member of society by lending him enough for a farm and a mule or tractor and setting him up in business? Well, the reason why is because if you put him in there, A is going to lose out, right? That's why. Because when the government comes and does that, it's picking the people that aren't really making it, right? Like, not saying that those people don't need something. Maybe they do. They do need a safety net, and we should build one. And I believe in mutual aid, like, you know, the series of essays, Mutual Aid by whatever his name is, the anarchist guy. I like that stuff, those ideas a lot. I believe in mutual aid. I believe in helping each other. I believe in proactively helping other people. I try my best to do it myself. I believe in doing it. Speaking of, if you want to learn Japanese, let me know. You know, I'll help you best I can, or anything else I can help you learn. I believe in those principles. I try to practice them. But I don't believe in doing it through the state. I don't. I really don't. I don't think the state, I don't trust the state to do it. I don't believe in the state to do it. I believe in individuals doing it. I think like you can do it, I can do it, we can do it. And I think that's the better way to do it. And I think there's a pretty good example of why here too, right? If they're going to, the government is going to pick out people that probably aren't at the position in their life where it's going to benefit them to get the thing, right? Because there's no sorting like that in their system. They're just going like, okay, well, here, give it to this guy because he doesn't have anything. There's no sorting to like try to figure out, well, okay, but out of those people, who's going to make it, who's not, who's going to actually like, you know, be a good, who's even a good person, right? You don't know any of that. You don't know any of that. Perhaps in an individual case, it may work out all right, but it's obvious that in general, the people selected by these government standards will be poorer risks than the people selected by private standards. More money will be lost by loans to them. There will be a much higher percentage of failures among them. They will be less efficient. More resources will be wasted by them. Yet the recipients of government credit will get their farms and tractors at the expense of those who otherwise would have been the recipients of private credit. Because B is a farm, A will be deprived of a farm. A may be squeezed out either because interest rates have gone up as a result of the government operations, or because farm prices have been forced up as a result of them, or because there is no other farm to be had in his neighborhood. In any case, the net result of government credit has not been to increase the amount of wealth produced by the community, but to reduce it. Because the available real capital, consisting of actual farms, tractors, etc., has been placed in the hands of the less efficient borrowers rather than the hands of the more efficient and trustworthy. The case becomes even clearer return from farming to other forms of business. The proposal is frequently made that the government ought to assume the risks that are too great for private industry. This means that the bureaucrats should be permitted to take risks with the taxpayers' money that no one is willing to take with his own. But why is that a thing we do, man? Why is that a thing we do? Why is that a thing we do? Like, should we be giving these people money at all then? Like, it doesn't save us any money to let the government do it. It, in fact, wastes more money to let the government do it. So why do we do it? Such a policy would lead to evils of many different kinds. It would lead to favoritism, to the making of loans to friends in return for bribes. It would inevitably lead to scandals. It would lead to recriminations whenever the taxpayers' money was thrown away on enterprises that failed. It would increase the demand for socialism, where it would be properly be asked, if the government is going to bear the risk, why should it not also get the profits? What justification could there possibly be, in fact, for asking the taxpayers to take the risk while permitting private capitalists to keep the profits? This is precisely, however, as we shall later see, what we already do in the case of non-recourse government loans to farmers. We shall pass over all these evils for the moment and concentrate on just one consequence of loans of this type. That is, they will waste capital and reduce production. They will throw the available capital into bad or at best dubious projects. They will throw it into the hands of persons who are less competent or less trustworthy than those who would otherwise have got it, where the amount of real capital at any moment is distinguished from monetary. Great for private industry. Oh no, sorry, I didn't change the page. As distinguished from monetary tokens run off on a printing press is limited. What is put in the hands of B cannot be put in the hands of A. People want to invest their own capital, but they are cautious, they want to get it back. Most lenders, therefore, investigate any proposal carefully before they risk their own money in it. They weigh the prospects of profits against the chances of loss. They may sometimes make mistakes, but for several reasons, they are likely to make fewer mistakes than government lenders. In the first place, the money is either their own or has been voluntarily entrusted to them. In the case of government lending, the money is that of other people and has been taken from them regardless of their personal wish in taxes. The private money will be invested only where repayment with interest or profit is definitely expected. This is a sign that the persons to whom the money has been lent will be expected to produce things for the market that people actually want. The government money, on the other hand, is likely to be lent for some vague general purpose like creating employment, and the more inefficient the work that is, the greater the volume of employment requires in relation to the value of the product, the more highly thought of the investment is likely to be. Now that's kind of wild, but it's true, isn't it? For a government project, it's just about jobs, right? So it doesn't matter how much money they waste because it's building more jobs. And in fact, you want a less productive job, you want less efficiency, so it creates more jobs. Sure. The private lenders, moreover, are selected by a cruel market test. If they make bad mistakes, they lose their money, and they have no more money to lend. It is only if they have been successful in the past that they have more money to lend in the future. And that's a good point, too. Private lenders have to make good decisions or they're broke, right? The government doesn't have to do that. The government has nothing making sure that it gives to people that will repay it, because it doesn't matter. It's not their money. They've stolen it in the first place. They don't give a fuck what happens to it. They just like write a thing. And like they were saying earlier, that's going to lead to people like giving to their friends, right? And family and things, and anybody else they can get in there because they can just pick. Right? And it doesn't matter. Thus, private lenders, except the relatively small proportion that have got their funds through inheritance, are rigidly selected by a process of survival of the fittest. The government lenders, on the other hand, are either those who have passed civil service examinations and know how to answer hypothetical questions hypothetically, or they are those who can give the most plausible reasons for making loans and the most plausible explanations of why it wasn't their fault that the loans failed. But the net result remains. Private loans will utilize existing resources and capital far better than government loans. Government loans will waste far more capital and resources than private loans. Government loans, in short, as compared with private loans, will reduce production, not increase it. The proposal for government loans to private individuals or projects in brief sees B and forgets A. It sees the people into whose hands the capital is put. It forgets those who would otherwise have had it. It sees the project to which capital is granted. It forgets the projects from which capital is thereby withheld. It sees the immediate benefit to one group but overlooks the losses to other groups, and the net loss to the community as a whole. The case against government guaranteed loans and mortgages to private businesses and persons is almost as strong as, though less obvious than, the case against direct government loans and mortgages. The advocates of government guaranteed mortgages also forget that what is being lent is ultimately real capital, which is limited in supply, and that they are helping identified B at the expense of some unidentified A. The government guaranteed home mortgage, especially when a negligible down payment or no down payment whatever is required, inevitably means more bad loans than otherwise. They force the general taxpayer to subsidize the bad risks and to defray the losses. They encourage people to buy houses that they cannot really afford. They tend eventually to bring about an oversupply of houses as compared with other things. They temporarily overstimulate building, raise the cost of building for everybody, including the buyers of the homes with the guaranteed mortgages, and may mislead the building industry in an eventual costly overexpansion. In brief, in the long run, they do not increase the overall national production, but encourage malinvestment. Now, we've seen that happen with houses and stuff to the point now that people say like there's so many houses that are empty, but there's nobody living in them. Right, like we are kind of facing that situation now. The result of what he's talking about there, right? We're facing that now. We remarked at the beginning of and yet people still can't find houses because everything's too expensive, even though the houses are there, right? Like by raising from inflation, from all these other factors, it's made it harder for people to really get a home still. We remarked at the beginning of this chapter that government aid to business is sometimes as much to be feared as government hostility. This applies as much to government subsidies as to government loans. The government never lends or gives anything to business that it does not take away from business. One often hears New Dealers and other status boast about the way government bailed business out with the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, and other government agencies in 1932 and later, but the government can give no financial help to business that does not first or finally take from business. The government funds all come from taxes. Even the much vaunted government credit rests on the assumption that its loans will ultimately be repaid out of the proceeds of taxes. When the government makes loans or subsidies to business, what it does is tax successful private businesses in order to support unsuccessful private business. Right, so it's pure inefficiency, isn't it? The state is pure inefficiency. Because you're taking money from the people that are actually making it, and you're giving it to people that have not proven they're going to make it. Right? So you're basically burning it. You're burning a fair amount of it. Under certain emergency circumstances, there may be a plausible argument for this, the merits of which we need not examine here. But in the long run, it does not sound like a paying proposition from the standpoint of the country as a whole, and experience has shown that it isn't. Chapter 7. The Curse of Machinery. Among the most viable of all economic delusions, the belief that machines on net balance create unemployment. This is the AI chapter. This is the AI chapter. Destroyed 1,000 times, it has risen 1,000 times. Out of its own ashes, as hardy and vigorous as ever. Whenever there is a long-continued mass unemployment, machines get the blame anew. This fallacy is still the basis of many labor union practices. The public tolerates these practices because it either believes at bottom that the unions are right, or is too confused to see just why they are wrong. Bro, this is going to apply to AI just like it does older machines, right? Because the argument's still the same. The belief that machines cause unemployment, when held with any logical consistency, leads to preposterous conclusions. Not only must we be causing unemployment with every technological improvement we make today, but primitive man must have started causing it with the first efforts he made to save himself from needless toil and sweat. To go no further back, let us turn to Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, published in 1776. The first chapter of this remarkable book is called Of the Division of Labor. And on the second page of this first chapter, the author tells us that a workman unacquainted with the use of machinery employed in pin making could scarce make 1 pin a day, and certainly cannot make 20. But with the use of this machinery, he can make 4,800 pins a day. So already, alas, in Adam Smith's time, machinery had thrown from 240 to 4,800 pin makers out of work for everyone it kept. In the pin-making industry, there was already, if machines merely thrown men out of jobs, 99.98% unemployment. Could things be blacker? Things could be blacker, for the Industrial Revolution was just in its infancy. Let us look at some of the incidents and aspects of that revolution. Let us see, for example, what happened in the stocking industry. New stocking frames, as they were introduced, were destroyed by the handicraft workmen, over 1,000 in a single riot. Houses were burned. The inventors were threatened and obliged to flee for their lives, and order was not finally restored until the military had been called out and the leading rioters had been transported or hanged or hung. And it is important to bear in mind that insofar as the rioters were thinking of their own immediate or even longer futures, their opposition to the machine was rational. For William Falkland, in his History of the Machine-Wrought Hosiery Manufacturers, 1867, tells us, though the statement seems implausible, that the larger part of the 50,000 English stockings knitters and their families did not fully emerge from the hunger and misery entailed by the introduction of the machine for the next 40 years. But insofar as the rioters believed, as most of them undoubtedly did, that the machine was permanently displacing men, they were mistaken. For before the end of the 19th century, the stocking industry was employing at least 100 men for every man it employed at the beginning of the century. So it's saying even though the machines replace certain parts of the production, the industry as a whole, in growing the whole pie, creates more jobs still. Right? And that's a big mistake a lot of people don't get. They don't think of the pie growing. Right? They think of the fraction of the pie they get. They don't think of the pie growing, but wealth is something that can be created. Wealth creation is a thing. So markets can grow, markets can shrink, markets can grow. So if you grow the market, for example, like creative people paying money for creative works, if you grow that overall market, even though AI is used in the growing of that market, then what will happen is there will still be more people being paid for art in the future because the overall circle will grow, even though it will be just a slight portion that is making, like, that is actually hand drawing or whatever else that you're worried about, right? Even though that's a smaller portion of the market, the overall market growing increases demand for all of the related things. And in the end, it actually makes more people employed, not less. Arkwright invented his cotton spinning machinery in 1760. At that time, it was estimated there were in England 5,200 spinners using spinning wheels and 2,700 weavers in all. 7,900 persons engaged in the production of cotton textiles. The introduction of Arkwright's invention was opposed on the ground that it threatened the livelihood of the workers. See, they did do it every freaking time, every new invention that came along the pike. They did say, no, it's going to put people out of jobs. This isn't anything new. The AI thing is nothing new whatsoever. It's not a new argument. It's not a new viewpoint. There is nothing new about the AI argument. And the opposition had to be put down by force. Yet in 1787, 27 years after the invention appeared, a parliamentary inquiry showed that the number of persons actually engaged in the spinning and weaving of cotton had risen from 7,900 to 320,000, an increase of 4,400%. And now why am I to believe the same thing is not going to happen for art? Like, why am I not in all these other similar things? Like, why am I to believe that the efficiency introduced because of AI is not going to increase the overall market? Why do I believe that? What is telling me that's true? Why should I believe that? If the reader consults such a book as Recent Economic Changes by David A. Wells, published in 1889, you'll find passages that, except for the dates and absolute amounts involved, might have been written by our technophobes of today. Let me quote a few. During the 10 years from 1870 to 1880 inclusive, the British Mercantile Marine increased its movement in the matter of foreign entries and clearances alone to the extent of 22 million tons. But the number of men who were employed in effecting this great movement had decreased in 1980 as compared with 1870, to the extent of about 3,000, 2,990 exactly. What did it? The introduction of steam hoisting machines and grain elevators upon the wharves and docks, the employment of a steam power, etc. In 1873, Bessemer Steel in England, where its price had not been enhanced by protective duties, commanded $80 per ton. In 1886, it was profitable manufactured and sold in the same country for less than $20 per ton. So it got cheaper, it got more efficient for everyone. Within the same time, the annual production capacity of Bessemer converter has been increased fourfold, with no increase, but rather a diminution of the involved labor. The power capacity already being exerted by the steam engines of the world in existence and working in the year 1887 has been estimated by the Bureau of Statistics at Berlin as equivalent to that of 200 million horses, representing approximately 1 million men, at least 3 times the working population of the Earth. And they're saying all that, but again, they didn't highlight the fact that the ton got way cheaper, and now more people are able to buy the resource, right? One would think this last figure would have caused Mr. Wells to pause and wonder why there was any employment left in the world of 1889 at all, but he merely concluded with a strained pessimism that, under such circumstances, industrial overproduction may become chronic. In the Depression of 1932, the game of blaming unemployment on the machines started all over again. Within a few months, the doctrines of a group calling themselves the technocrats had spread through the country like a forest fire. I shall not weary the reader with the recital of the fantastic figures put forward by this group, or with corrections to show what the real facts were. It is enough to say the technocrats returned to the error in all its native purity that machines permanently displace men. Except that, in their ignorance, they presented this error as a new and revolutionary discovery of their own. It was simply one more illustration of Santayana's aphorism that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. The technocrats are finally laughed out of existence, but their doctrine which preceded them lingers on. It is reflected in hundreds of make-work rules and featherbed practices by labor unions, and these rules and practices are tolerated and even approved because of the confusion on this point in the public mind. Justifying on behalf of the United States Department of Justice before the Temporary National Economic Committee, better known as TNEC, in March 1941, Corwin Edwards cited innumerable examples of such practices. The electrical union in New York City was charged with refusal to install electrical equipment made outside of New York State unless the equipment was disassembled and reassembled at the job site. In Houston, Texas, master plumbers in the plumbing union agreed that piping prefabricated for installation would be installed by the union only if the thread were cut off one end of the pipe and the new thread were cut at the job site. Various locals of the painters' unions imposed restrictions on the use of spray guns, restrictions in many cases designed merely to make work by requiring the slower process of applying paint with a brush. Whoa! So they did all these like regulations to try to force you to do work by hand and not use the tools. Isn't that wild? A local of the Teamsters Union required that every truck entering the New York metropolitan area have a local driver in addition to the driver already employed. In various cities, the electrical union required that if any temporary light or power was to be used on a construction job, there must be a full-time maintenance electrician who should not be permitted to do any electrical construction work. So you have to hire somebody, you have to pay them, you have to keep them on the payroll to just sit around most of the time. This rule, according to Mr. Edwards, often involves the hiring of a man who spends his day reading or playing solitaire and does nothing except throw a switch at the beginning and end of the day. One could go on to cite such make-work practices in many other fields. In the railroad industry, the unions insist that firemen be employed on types of locomotives that do not need them. In the theaters, unions insist on the use of scene shifters in plays where no scenery is used. Musicians' unions required so-called stand-in musicians or even whole orchestras to be employed in many cases where only phonograph records were needed. Well, isn't that wild? All these unions, they're supposed to represent the people, right? The workers. But in practice, what do? They make more overhead and cost for the consumer, right? They make everything cost more on the other end is what they actually do. By 1961, there was no sign that the fallacy had died. Not only union leaders, but government officials talked solemnly of automation as a major cause of unemployment. 1961. Automation was discussed as if it were something entirely new in the world. 1961. In 1961. It was in fact merely a new name for continued technological advance and further progress in labor-saving equipment. AI is the exact same thing. It's nothing new. It's nothing that we haven't faced before. And we've seen it time and time again, right? But the opposition to labor-saving machinery, even today, is not confined to economic illiterates. As late as 1970, a book appeared by a writer so highly regarded that he has since received a Nobel Prize in economics. His book opposed the introduction of labor-saving machines in the underdeveloped countries on the ground that they decrease the demand for labor. The logical conclusion from this would be that the way to maximize jobs is to make all labor as inefficient and unproductive as possible. It implies that the English Luddite rioters, who in the early 19th century destroyed stocking frames, steam-powered looms, and shearing machines, were after all doing the right thing. One might pile up mountains of figures to show how wrong were the technophobes of the past, but it would do no good unless we understood clearly why they were wrong. For statistics and history are useless in economics unless accompanied by a basic deductive understanding of the facts, which means in this case an understanding of why the past consequences of the introduction of machinery and other labor-saving devices had to occur. Otherwise, the technophobes will assert, as they do in fact assert when you point out to them that the prophecies of their predecessors turned out to be absurd, that may have been all very well in the past, but today conditions are fundamentally different, and now we simply cannot afford to develop any more labor-saving machines. Miss Eleanor Roosevelt, indeed, in a syndicated newspaper column of September 19, 1945, wrote, "We have reached a point today where labor-saving devices are good only when they do not throw the worker out of his job." Bro! Is this not blowing anybody else's mind? This is crazy, man. It's all the same arguments that we hear today, but it's for ancient machines compared to our modern machines. As if it were indeed true that the introduction of labor-saving machinery is a cause of constantly mounting unemployment and misery, the logical conclusions to be drawn would be revolutionary, not only in the technical field, but for our whole concept of civilization. Right, if you could prove what the argument is against the machines, then you would have a revolutionary idea, because history's been the opposite. Not only should we have to regard all further technical progress as calamity, we should have to regard all past technological progress with equal horror. Every day, each of us in his own activity is engaged in trying to reduce the effort it requires to accomplish a given result. Each of us is trying to save his own labor, to economize the means required to achieve his ends. Every employer, small as well as large, seeks constantly to gain his results more economically and efficiently. That is, by saving labor. Every intelligent workman tries to cut down the effort necessary to accomplish his assigned job. The most ambitious of us try tirelessly to increase the results we can achieve in a given number of hours. The technophobes, if they were logical and consistent, would have to dismiss all this progress and ingenuity as not only useless, but vicious. Why should freight be carried from Chicago to New York by railroad when we could employ enormously more men, for example, to carry it all on their backs? Theories as false as this are never held with logical consistency, but they do great harm because they are held at all. Let us therefore try to see exactly what happens when technical improvements and labor-saving machinery are introduced. The details will vary in each instance depending upon the particular conditions that prevail in a given industry or period. We shall assume an example that involves the main possibilities. Suppose a clothing manufacturer learns of a machine that'll make men's and women's overcoats for half as much labor as previously. He installs the machine and drops half his labor force. This looks at first glance like a clear loss of employment, and again a perfect example to compare against AI arguments today. But the machine itself required labor to make, so here, as one offset, are jobs that would not otherwise have existed. AI requires somebody to make an agent, right? And to maintain the thing and to tune the thing and all that. There is a job there too, right? The manufacturer, however, would have adopted the machine only if it either made better suits for half as much labor or made the same kind of suits at a smaller cost. If we assume the latter, we cannot assume that the amount of labor to make the machines was as great in terms of payrolls as the amount of labor that the clothing manufacturer hopes to save in the long run by adopting the machine. Otherwise, there would have been no economy and he would not have adopted it. So there is still a net loss of employment to be accounted for. But we should at least keep in mind the real possibility that even the first effect of the introduction of labor-saving machinery may be to increase employment on net balance, because it is usually only in the long run that the clothing manufacturer expects to save money by adopting the machine. It may take several years for the machine to pay for itself. After the machine has produced economies sufficient to offset its cost, the clothing manufacturer has more profits than before. We shall assume that he merely sells his coats for the same price as competitors and makes no effort to undersell them. At this point, it may seem labor has suffered a net loss of employment, while it is only the manufacturer, the capitalist, who has gained. But it is precisely out of these extra profits that the subsequent social gains must come. The manufacturer must use these extra profits at least one of three ways, and possibly he will use part of them in all three. 1. He will use the extra profits to expand his operations by buying more machines to make more coats. 2. He will invest the extra profits in some other industry. Or 3. He will spend the extra profits on increasing his own consumption. Right, both 2 and 3 provide more jobs, right? If he invests in other industries, he provides jobs in other industries. If he takes his money and he increases his own consumption, like he eats more food, even if he take a random social, like communist view of this whole situation with the AI and stuff, which again is AI is actually a really egalitarian thing that gives everybody the means of production. Actually should be a communist dream, but it's not. They hate it. And we're learning why. But if they understood that, yes, the AI, whatever thing saves the person money, right? And then they get that money. And then even if they're wildest fantasy, the guy's just eating food and buying nice clothes and whatever, he's still producing jobs with that money, right? Or if he's taking his money and taking the liquid money and investing in another company, he's making more jobs in that company. So in reality, it's not as simple as jobs just disappearing, is it? There are new jobs being made, either in what goes into he consumes or the other industries he's investing in. And those are the things he's going to do, right? So even if he goes and he takes the profits in the first option, buying more machines to make more coats means that whoever makes the machines is going to have more jobs there. So no matter what, all three of the things make more jobs, right? Whichever of these three courses he takes, he'll increase employment. Yeah. In other words, the manufacturer, as a result of his economies, his profits that he did not before. So not only can you increase the overall market to increase jobs in the market, right? By the slice of the pie is small, but if you increase the overall pie, then your chunk of that pie is a lot more when it comes down to what it actually is. Then there's also the fact that whatever theoretically, now of course I think corporations are fucked up. I'm anti-corporate. But let's say the private enterprise, right? The one man, the small business or something like that. That could be any of us. That person, think of that person. That person using AI to maximize what he's doing, the money he makes, he'll be able to put in other industries and he'll be able to provide more employment, not less. In other words, the manufacturer, as a result of his economies, his profits that he did not have before. Every dollar the amount he has saved in direct wages to former coat makers, he now has to pay out in indirect wages to the makers of the new machine, or to workers in another capital-using industry, or to the makers of a new house or a car for himself, or for jewelry and furs for his wife. In any case, unless he is a pointless hoarder, he gives indirectly as many jobs as he ceased to give directly. But the matter does not and cannot rest at this stage. If this enterprising manufacturer affects great economies as compared with his competitors, either he'll begin to expand his operations at their expense, or they'll start buying the machines too. Again, more work will be given to the makers of the machines, but competition and production will then also begin to force down the price of overcoats. There will no longer be as great profits for those who adopt the new machines. The rate of profit of the manufacturers using the machines will begin to drop, while the manufacturers who have still not adopted the machine may now make no profit at all. The savings, in other words, will begin to pass along to the buyers of the overcoats, to the consumers. But as the overcoats are now cheaper, more people will buy them. This means that though it takes fewer people to make the same number of overcoats as before, more overcoats are now being made than before. The demand for overcoats is what economists call elastic. That is, if a fall in the price of overcoats causes a large total amount of money to be spent on overcoats than previously, the more people may be employed even in making overcoats than before the new labor-saving machine was introduced. We've already seen how this actually happened historically with stockings and other textiles. Right, so it grows the overall pie, right? But the new employment does not depend on the elasticity of demand for the particular product involved. Suppose that though the price for overcoats was almost cut in half from a former price, say, of $150 to a new price of $100, not a single additional coat was sold. The result would be that while consumers were as well provided with new overcoats as before, each buyer would now have $50 left over they would not have had left over before. He would therefore spend his $50 for something else, and so provide increased employment in other lines. In brief, on net balance, machines, technological improvements, automation, economies, and efficiency do not throw men out of work. It's true for AI too, isn't it? AI doesn't throw men out of work either, does it? It's the same. It's the same. Not all inventions or discoveries, of course, are labor-saving machines. Some of them, like precision instruments like nylon, lucite, plywood, and plastic of all kinds, simply improve the quality of products. Others, like the telephone or the airplane, perform operations that direct human labor cannot perform at all. Still others bring into existence objects and services such as x-ray machines, radios, TV sets, air conditioners, and computers that would not otherwise not even exist. But in the foregoing illustration, we obtain precisely the kind of machine that has been the special object of modern technophobia. It is possible, of course, to push too far the argument that machines do not, on net balance, throw men out of work. It is sometimes argued, for example, that machines create more jobs than would otherwise have existed. Under certain conditions, this may be true. They can certainly create enormously more jobs in particular trades. The 18th century figures for the textile industries are case in point. Their modern counterparts are certainly no less striking. In 1910, under 40,000 persons were employed in the United States in the newly created automobile industry. In 1920, as the product was improved and its costs reduced, the industry employed 250,000 people. In 1930, as the product improvement and cost reduction continued, employment in the industry was 380,000. In 1973, it had risen to 941,000. By 1973, 514,000 people were employed in making aircraft and aircraft parts, and 393,000 were engaged in making electronic components. So it has been one newly created trade after another as the invention was improved and the cost reduced. So you went on from cars to planes and automobiles. You went from automobiles to planes, and the whole industry just made more and more. Even with the factory line supposedly putting people out of work, what did it actually do? It gave more jobs. It gave more industry. It made more stuff for people cheaper. Yeah. So everything about that shit's a lie again. It's just a lie. It's just a lie we're told again. There's also an absolute sense in which machines may be said to have enormously increased the number of jobs. The population of the world today is 4 times as great as in the middle of the 18th century before the Industrial Revolution had got well underway. Machines may be said to have given birth to this increased population. But without the machines, the world would not have been able to support it. 3 of every 4 of us, therefore, may be said to owe not only our jobs but our very lives to machines. Well, that's true, huh? Without machines, 3 out of 4 of us wouldn't be able to be alive, right? Machines and automation and efficiency are pro-human, aren't they? Because they make more people, and they allow more people to live, and they allow more people to live for longer. I felt that way for a long time. I think it's true, yeah. Yet it is a misconception to think of the function or result of machines as primarily one of creating jobs. The real result of the machine is to increase production, to raise the standard of living, to increase economic welfare. It is no trick to employ everybody, even or especially in the most primitive economy. Full employment, very full employment, long, weary, backbreaking employment is characteristic of precisely the nations that are most retarded industrially. Where full employment already exists, new machines, inventions, and discoveries cannot, until there has been time for an increase in population, bring more employment. They're likely to bring more unemployment, but this time I'm speaking of voluntary, not involuntary unemployment, because people can now afford to work fewer hours, while children and the overage no longer need to work. What machines do, to repeat, is to bring an increase in production and an increase in the standard of living. They may do this in either of 2 ways. They do it by making goods cheaper for consumers, as in our illustration of the overcoats, or they do it by increasing wages because of the increase of the productivity of the workers. In other words, they either increase money wages, or by reducing prices, they increase the goods and services that the same money wages will buy. Sometimes they do both. What actually happens will depend in large part upon the monetary policy pursued in a country. But in any case, machines, inventions, and discoveries increase real wages. A warning is necessary before we leave this subject. It was precisely the great merit of the classical economists that they looked for secondary consequences, that they were concerned with the effects of a given economic policy or development in the long run on the whole community. But it was also their defect that in taking the long view and the broad view, they sometimes neglected to take also the short view and the narrow view. They were too often inclined to minimize or to forget altogether the immediate effects of development on special groups. We have seen, for example, that many of the English stocking knitters suffered real tragedies as a result of the introduction of the new stocking frames, one of the earliest inventions of the Industrial Revolution. But such facts and their modern counterparts have only led some writers to the opposite extreme of looking only at the immediate effects on certain groups. Joe Smith is thrown out of a job by the introduction of some new machine. Keep your eye on Joe Smith, these writers insist. Never lose track of Joe Smith. What they then proceed to do is to keep their eyes only on Joe Smith and forget Tom Jones, who just got a new job in making the new machine, and Ted Brown, who just got a job operating one, and Daisy Miller, who can now buy a coat for half what it used to cost her. And because they think only of Joe Smith, they end by advocating reactionary and nonsensical policies. Yes, we should keep at least one eye on Joe Smith. He has been thrown out of a job by the new machine. Perhaps he can soon get another job, even a better one, but perhaps also he has devoted many years of his life to acquiring and improving a special skill for which the market no longer has any use. He has lost his investment in himself, in his old skill, just as his former employer perhaps has lost his investment in old machines or processes suddenly rendered obsolete. He was a skilled workman and paid as a skilled workman. Now he's become overnight an unskilled workman again, and can hope for the present only for the wages of an unskilled workman, because of the one skill he had is no longer needed. We cannot and must not forget Joe Smith. He is one of the personal tragedies that we shall see are incidents to nearly all industrial and economic progress. That's precisely what course we should follow with Joe Smith, whether we should let him make his own adjustment, give him separation pay or unemployment compensation, put him on relief, or train him at government expense for a new job, would carry us beyond the point that we are here trying to illustrate. The central lesson is that we should try to see all the main consequences of any economic policy or development, the immediate effects on special groups, and the long-run effects on all groups. If we have devoted considerable space to this issue, it is because our conclusions regarding the effects of new machinery, inventions, and discoveries on employment, production, welfare are crucial. If we are wrong about these, there are few things in economics about which we are likely to be right. And that's it. That's the end, guys. There's still 3/4 of the book if you want to read it on your own. Economics in one lesson. I'll link the Amazon. If you want to read that on your own, or find, you know, a pirate way to read it, whatever. You know me, figure it out. You can, you know, there's always a back alley too. But I'll link the Amazon. Only $8. $8 on Amazon. Check it out. There's 1/4 of it. I think there's lots of stuff that's useful in there, about like the machine thing is pretty spot on for what we're dealing with right now with the AI stuff, and it's kind of wild. People don't realize that we can expand the overall pie. It's kind of wild, right? But it is the situation we're stuck in. So hopefully reading something like that might be able to help you make these arguments to people. I don't know, or try to understand what they're coming from, and so you can ease their concerns about AI or whatever thing. Because all that shit is just like distraction to make us well, it's designed to keep us down, bro. If you don't realize that, I don't know. If you haven't realized that yet, I don't know. If you don't know, like, the things that are set up, the institutions are designed, and the topics that were pointed to in the media are designed to keep us from ever doing anything of worth, then I don't know, man, you gotta wake up, because truth is the truth, regardless if I believe it or you believe it. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna play you guys out, and we'll be back tomorrow with more Metal Gear Solid. More Metal Gear Solid. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it very much. I hope reading that was of some interest to some of you. I put SH out of the channel again. That guy sucks, bro. He's never, like, there's never any value to talking to him. I've never learned a thing from the man. So I don't see any point to leaving him around. I want to learn things from people. I want to be challenged. I want people to... If you disagree with me, please, if you don't mind, take time to understand my viewpoint and destroy it. Just do it in, like, not a rude way, you know? I'd be happy for that. So, I'd be happy for that. I'd be happy to have everything I believe in completely destroyed. I haven't yet found somebody that can do it yet, though. But I would like the issue. Most people that disagree with me just call me names, you know. If anybody can figure out where I am in my understanding and then show me how I'm wrong, I'm open to that, very much so. I would very much appreciate that. So if any of you guys can do that, feel free to try. Feel free to try. Yet to be done yet. Yet to be done that. Yet to be done. Yeah. Alright guys, this one needs to be nice. I like this one, I think. Yeah, this is good. Alright, later guys.
Akira.
people say, oh, I just want to sort of, they're kind of dabbling in the idea of improving themselves. And the real way to do it is you got to write down what the fuck you want and then go after it. You're in the part of the movie that starts and it shows you as a fucking loser. Just decide not to be a loser anymore.
Just decide not to be a loser anymore.
Live your life like there's a documentary crew following you around and you are analyzing your own behavior. Do what you would want to do so that your kids one day would look back at it and see that documentary and look on it with pride, like, wow, my dad was a bad motherfucker. My dad was a bad motherfucker. He really did what he had to do. Wow, my mom really got her shit together. Those are my favorite stories. I love a success story, but even more than a success story, I like a dude who fucks his life up and then gets it back together again story. Those are my favorite stories. Those are my favorite stories. Like, wow, my dad was a bad motherfucker. Those are my favorite stories. I love a success story, but even more than a success story, I like a dude who fucks his life up and then gets it back together again story. And the way to do that, you gotta write shit down. You gotta think that you are the hero in your own fucking movie, and then you gotta sit down and you gotta write shit down. Write down what you need to do.
Most people play the role of the victim in the movie.
Sure. Yeah, this life is fucking me over, man. I could have had this and I should have had that. And why does this guy get that? And why does that guy get this? All things that are completely unrelated to you. All things that you find other people's success is a downfall in your own existence. Instead of being inspired and choosing to be positive, trying to achieve whatever the fuck you have written down, you just sit around and spiral. Those are my favorite stories. Those are my favorite stories. Like, wow, my dad was a bad motherfucker. Those are my favorite stories. I love a success story, but even more than a success story, I like a dude who fucks his life up and then gets it back together again story. There's nothing more miserable than sitting around someone who's fucking complaining all the time. It is one of the most annoying things ever. Everybody hates it. When someone just sits around and they complain about their life and they don't do jack shit about it. And you tiptoe around it, you don't know what to say. Well, she gets upset when you bring that up. I don't want to bring that up. And you want to go, you fucking crazy bitch, you know what's wrong with your life. Stop announcing it to everybody else and go out and fix that shit. Fix that shit. Fix that shit. Bitch, you know what's wrong with your life. Stop announcing it to everybody else and go out and fix that shit. My dad was a bad motherfucker. He really did what he had to do. Wow, my mom really got her shit together. Those are my favorite stories. I love a success story, but even more than a success story, I like a dude who fucks his life up and then gets it back together again story. Those are my favorite stories. Those are my favorite stories. Like, wow, my dad was a bad motherfucker. Those are my favorite stories. I love a success story, but even more than a success story, I like a dude who fucks his life up and then gets it back together again story.